Hello. Welcome. Welcome to the DirectD channel. How's everybody's evening going on this awesome Wednesday night? You thought it was just teachers getting fired? No. But we'll get to Jimmy Kimmel. First, I want to watch a video that JD put out. JD Delay, if my moderators would be so kind, is to post his link in the chat periodically as we are watching his video, so people have an opportunity to subscribe to his channel. What up, what up? What up, what up? And we are going to kill that. And we're going to kill that. Turn the volume up on that one. How did he get canceled? We'll watch something about that. We'll watch something about that. He made comments while he was doing one of his shows, and the networks. So these network television, they're all. It's one small group of people and companies that control all of it, but they'll burn bridges and cut ties with everybody that is making them look bad, because that's how they've lasted for so long. But don't forget, just because they fired Jimmy Kimmel doesn't mean that they haven't been promoting his nonsense for years and years and years. You know what I'm saying? It's not just Jimmy Kimmel. It's the networks that have backed the bullshit for so long. They haven't seen this much blowback in forever. So they're nervous right now. They're nervous. And they need to be. Don't get distracted by Jimmy Kimmel. It's great, sure, but it's a small distraction. It's the networks that have been perpetuating this shit for my whole life. I'm 35 years old. This has been going on my entire life. Who sent money here? Clint Phelps with $1.99. Love your content, bro. Keep up the good work. Thank you for that. Hi, chat and Ruff. Hey, I left a comment in JD's stream while I was watching right now. He's either still live or he was live. And so I'm not going to watch the whole video. I don't know if maybe I'm reading too much into what he said, but I'm going to watch half of the video. I clipped what he said, so I'll eventually put it in something. You guys will see it. I'll probably put it in this. I'm going to clip this and make another little video. I like what this dude says. Like, the mods are posting his link in the chat. Please subscribe to his channel. I mean, obviously, we're all not going to agree on the same things. But that shouldn't stop you from listening to certain perspectives or different perspectives. What's up, Solid Behind Blue Eyes? Hell yeah. We're going to watch this. Let me move that alert box, though. Yeah, we'll watch about half of this. Concerned Citizen, this is his video that says, "Are we headed to a civil war?" So I'm sure my mods will link this video so you can continue watching it once I stop.
He had been radicalized by a leftist ideology, which drove him to do this.
You need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events.
Two men tried to detonate a bomb they'd placed under a Fox 13 news vehicle. That improvised explosive device discovered Friday. According to the affidavit, the vehicle was parked next to an occupied building, and the device had been lit but failed to function as designed.
I was just assaulted by multiple liberal men in Seattle at a women's rights rally, simply for existing.
A good, decent father is now dead because of this. He's had his brains blown out because he was defending his wife and daughter.
Fuck the dude, the firefighter guy, fuck Trump, fuck the people that support him. If one of you were in the crowd and you're a conservative fan of mine and you end up, getting blown away or whatever the fuck, I'm making fun of you the next day on Twitter.
To the Charlie Kirk family. Did you see all that blood that came out of his body? What is blood?
These people are retarded and they're evil. And for some reason, they think that they want a war. And they're the people that would absolutely not make it through the first round of any type of combat. These people are ignorant. These people are softer than baby shit. And these people have no idea the Pandora's box that they have just opened.
Man trampled a memorial for Charlie Kirk at the...
That's a good point. So I'm going to pause it right there. That's a good point. Look at all the people that are cheering this shit on. Look at all the fruitcakes over the last 4 to 10 years. Look at all the people that are behaving like this. Do you really think if we have some kind of conflict that they're going to do anything? Oh my gosh, I broke my nail and I can't get a latte anymore. I'm obviously being sarcastic, but he makes a good point. Like, bro, what are you even talking about? I'm a right-wing troll. Damn, you can't even spell right, bro. This is a common theme with the trolls. Hey, let the trolls ride. I don't really even care. Let the trolls ride at this point. Notice that when people talk shit in the comments or just in general, notice how they can't usually spell things right. That's also your first indicator that that's not a bot, because a bot's going to spell that shit right. That's actually an idiot in the chat. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, and there was some kid, 19-year-old kid in Arizona that decided it would be a good idea to trample through the Kirk Memorial. Crazy. Crazy. If you're the parents of that child watching my live stream, you obviously don't know what to do because he made it 19 years and he's still doing the dumb shit.
Turning Point headquarters in Phoenix. Our photographer on the scene says the man kicked over flowers, vases, and balloons. He was taken to the ground by an onlooker and then arrested for trespassing and destroying a community memorial. Phoenix police say the suspect is 19-year-old Ryder Corral. And then also an interesting observation. It appears that the man who trampled the memorial may have been wearing a similar shirt that the alleged assassin was wearing on the day of the shooting here in Utah.
I've never been right and I've never been left. I've always said that I don't like parties, I don't do cults, I don't support politicians, but the left has made me their enemy. Because the other day, they shot a man dead.
So this is where I want to split my opinions from his. I don't think that the left or the right did that. I think that was some deranged fucking lunatic that had a chemical imbalance in his brain and didn't even understand what the left or the right was to begin with. Now he might have, it's not just like he was motivated by those people. It's a combination of the media, those people, the people you're around. It's a clusterfuck of shit. It's not just one thing. And this is just my opinion. This is where I'm not going to agree with him on this, because I'm not trying to paint a one side against the other kind of bullshit. I understand mental illness, and that it takes a mental illness to think some shit like that's okay. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be a party to any kind of divisiveness like that, especially not at a time like now.
An organized effort to silence his First Amendment rights. And I will always stand against that kind of disgusting, despicable domestic terrorism against the American people. That is treason. You have not just declared war against the right. You have declared war against the people of this country.
My name is John. I have practically no online presence. And the reason for that is because I am scared to post things that I believe or really care about, because I worry about what people will think and worried about missing out on opportunities. Yesterday, a man died. Presumably because he believed the same things that I believe in. I am a conservative, and more importantly, I'm a Christian. I believe wholeheartedly that Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior, that he died for our sins and rose again, and that he is God. I know that in the grand scheme of things, I don't really matter. No one knows or even cares who I am.
Hey.
If there's even one person
Lay down.
who sees this and
Lay down.
gains the courage to speak up themselves, that's why I'm making this. Just so that everybody knows that we're not alone.
That dude may not have any online presence, but
Now, I'm not Christian or consider myself conservative, left, whatever the fuck. I'm none of those things, but the labels aside, is that something that a lot of you agree with? I can imagine that it is. I can imagine that it is. We're going to take a small smoke break right now. And while I'm loading this, we're going to have a message from my sponsors. Me. By the way, I don't know if you've seen this or not, but it is the Direct D branded Smokers Traveler's Kit. This is a glass blunt or a one-hitter with the Direct D logo on it, a hard case with the Direct D logo on it, and a Bic lighter with the Direct D logo on it. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's available on outfitterfreedom.com. The link to that website will be in the pinned comment and the description of this video. Definitely go get yourself one of these. Every pothead needs a Direct D smoker's kit. Trust me. You're not cool unless you have one. Excuse me. So there's that. Yeah, it would appear that there are certain individuals that are stoking a violent confrontation. And it's funny that the people you see doing this the hardest are probably the ones that are going to hide under their bed as soon as some shit actually happens. I mean, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's always the motherfucker with the biggest mouth that curls into a ball as soon as you start punching him in the head. At least that's just been my experience.
I'll tell you what, that video has almost 4 million views. It has hundreds of thousands of likes and comments saying, I feel the same. I'm afraid to be able to voice my opinion. I'm afraid to be able to use my First Amendment rights because of these fucking thuggish ghouls that are out here trying to ruin people's lives. And eventually, if you disagree with them, they'll even fucking kill you like they did to Charlie Kirk. There are so many people in the comment sections agreeing with him, not just on what he believes, but on the fact that they are afraid in the United States of America to be able to speak their mind and be who they really are and talk about their beliefs or their faith or their politics. And that right there is enough to make my blood boil. And you know what I do when I'm pissed off? I fight back. I don't run. I don't hide. And I don't fucking cower. Check this guy out.
You now have a moral obligation to blaspheme and disrespect everything the left tells you you cannot make fun of. Because they think that the penalty for disagreeing with them should be public executions. So the most American thing that you can do is be the most belligerent right-wing asshole that you possibly can on principle, just to say fuck you.
Yeah.
You don't get to tell me what I can and cannot think and say at the penalty of death in this country. You don't get to do it. I'm sorry. What did he say about trans people? Oh, you mean, yeah, here's what I got to say. If you piss standing up, you're a dude. If you got a problem with it, it's yours, nobody else's. Stop fighting God and nature at the same time and making it my problem. And if you think you get to do violence to me, good luck. Good luck with half the country agreeing. Sorry, Autistopithecus, we don't live in the year 3. You don't get...
What? What the fuck did he just say? Autiscopithecus? I don't even know what he said, but the fuck? See, I don't know about the left has told you not to say and all that, but all the shit that people have demonized you saying for so long that was normal when we were growing up, and then all of a sudden it's not normal. You kind of have an obligation to rub it in people's faces to say it as much as possible. That's the best nonviolent way to get under their fucking skin just with words. Say all the shit that's been pissing these little fairy tales off for so long. Definitely different from how I grew up. Fuck yeah, dude. I grew up calling my friends gay and retarded and fags and shit. That wasn't any kind of, that's not how, that was normal. We weren't even talking about each other's sexuality, especially not at like 12 and 13 and 14 years old, and we were fucking calling each other gay or saying that something was gay. Like, do you know how normal that was? That was very normal. Bunch of like sensitive people have warped reality. The reality that I grew up in is in stark contrast to what's happening right now. I'm sure a lot of you can agree with that and are seeing it for yourselves, right?
To throw rocks at the other monkeys' heads because they said the wrong words. What is this, the Mannish Inquisition? We're all going to be threatened by a bunch of twinks?
And it's not just that so many people agree. It's also that they're really classically, traditionally, not very good at violence. You're talking about people who think that silence is violence and words are violence. Yeah, bitch, we have guns and we know how to use them.
Hey, that's a good point. That's some bullshit that we've had propagandized on us for a long time. As silence is violence. Your words are violence. They hurt people. How often have you heard this dumbass shit? Please tell me that you scratched your head when you heard this shit. You were like, what the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you actually talking about? That's some shit that I've still not been able to wrap my head around. And I'm starting to understand a lot of things. So I want to take a minute to point this out. Like I've spent, and this is why my channel is going to develop a little bit here, is I've spent a lot of time wondering, like thinking up to myself, why do people come up to cameras and say, you can't record me? Why do people constantly, why do cops think that they can arrest you because you have bad words written on a sign? Like we've done this for a long time. And I'm starting to see where the seeds of this stupidity starts. You know what I'm saying? When you see the shit that we're watching right now, it starts to like some light bulbs are going off. Like, no wonder these fucking idiots come up and you can't record me without my permission. Like, bro, I'm starting to understand why you fucking retards think that. I'm being serious too.
And we're good at it. And we like it. I may not have my Second Amendment rights, but I can tell you this. I am really good at hurting people, motherfucker.
I want to win a culture war. So what I did was I violently murdered the most high-profile moderate voice on the other side. Hey, geniuses, but summon all your wisdom together and tell me, do you think that is likely to calm things down? Or might that lead to more radicalization? And what the fuck, these dumbass fucking lefties celebrating? Like, what exactly are you trying to start here, you fucking pussies? Like, Jesus Christ, man. I mean, go live your fucking weird lives and with your fucking pink hair and your 70 genders or whatever, but don't sit here and pretend you're ready for a fucking fight. Like, what are you doing? The right wing is so much tougher. So much tougher. Like, if this ever came down to a fight, the fight is right-wingers mowing down gender studies majors. Like, what are we fucking talking about here? You ever see one of those videos where, like, Antifa would actually get into a fight? And then you'd realize that, like, it's actually really funny.
Yeah, it is really funny. Those videos are all over the internet, too. That dude makes like a very good but simple point. But don't start some shit that you're not going to be able to, you're not going to be able to hang with, basically. Because it's not going to go good for you. You know what I'm saying? Bro, I am nonviolent by choice. Nonviolent by choice. Talking about violence is one thing. Actually being fucking violent is a whole nother ballgame. And we all need to avoid that because it's not pretty. A lot of you have never even been in a physical confrontation with somebody you didn't agree with. You've had words. You've never had a physical confrontation. Imagine if bullets are ripping through your house or people are just breaking in because you have resources that they want and the police are too distracted to do other shit. You better fucking really think twice about stepping in the wrong direction. I think the best medicine for all of this is just to say all the shit that pisses these people off instead of reacting to it with physical violence, because that's not going to help anybody. That's not going to help anybody. So I'm gonna cut it there. If the mods want to link this video that we're watching, that I was watching, Are We Headed to Civil War? It's on his channel in his edited video section. Link that in the chat, pretty please. And this is JD Delay we're watching, by the way. I'll give you a full perspective of his channel here, so you know who's we watching. This is old JD right here. If you he's still live. So if you'd be so kind as to go and subscribe to his channel, that would be fantastical. And when you go and subscribe, spam his comments with Direct D sent me, Direct D sent me, Direct D sent me. The people with the people that are not promoting violence, that are not spreading division and hate and dumb shit, are the ones that need to be propped up. The people that are not doing that are getting cut down right now, canceled. Jimmy Kimmel. There's a lot of YouTube personalities, Kick and Twitch personalities that are going to get canceled. There's a lot of people that are going to get kicked off of the X platforms because these platforms don't have to host this shit. And they shouldn't. If it was mine, I wouldn't. Now I'm going to get into the Jimmy Kimmel shit. I watched a video from an Alaskan news company, actually. Sky News Australia. This is coming from Sky News Australia. Let me find the video that I watched. Yeah. Jimmy Kimmel show pulled indefinitely.
We hit some new lows.
Whoa. Let me turn this shit down a little bit. This is from Sky News Australia. Jimmy Kimmel's show pulled indefinitely following comments about Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize.
Hold on, let me give you the fresh start.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half staff, which got some criticism. But on a human level, you can see how hard the president is taking this.
My condolences on the loss of your friend Charlie Kirk. May I ask, sir, personally, how are you holding up over the last day and a half, sir?
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks? They've just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years. And it's going to be a beauty.
Yes. He's at the fourth stage of grief, construction.
Oh my God, canceled. Say it isn't so. I like Sky News. Obviously, I don't agree with a lot of their political stuff, but the way they present things, I like it. I have the wherewithal and critical thinking abilities to listen past some of the propaganda that gets inherently put into media. FCC don't play. Yeah, it was actually, I think, a YouTuber. I think the dude's a YouTuber. I guess some YouTuber or internet personality is friends with, the chair of the SEC. And he had him on a live stream or an interview of some sort. And yeah, then they pulled old Kimmel off the airwaves. Whoa, shit! No more for you, buddy. JD just shouted me out. Hell yeah. Yeah, go subscribe to that dude's channel for sure. He's live right now, I think. You want another? You guys like my felonious opinions and shit? Like, that's another felon that will give it to you raw, right in your bungholio, whether you like it or not. That's why I watch that dude's channel, because it's hard to find channels that you watch where when somebody goes live, they're not like a fucking robot. You know what I mean? Bro, the dude just said on live stream, I'll eat top ramen out of my wife's butthole. I was like, fuck yeah, that's only some shit I thought I'd hear myself saying on a live stream, because I ain't heard nobody else talk like that. That was fucking hilarious. Yeah, I used to like Kimmel in prison. I used to watch him in prison because it was one of the few things that you could watch in prison. But after I spent like a solid year watching him every night and then just watching him be like disrespectful to guests or troll people you could tell he didn't like, it really turned me off to the dude. And then the way I've watched him act over the last 8 years or so that I've been out of prison, yeah. No, there's a lot of people. I like listening. I used to like listening to Howard Stern. As soon as I heard Howard Stern say that people that didn't get a vaccination should, what did he say? I don't want to misquote him or something, but he said something against people that shouldn't get a vaccine or that don't want to get vaccinated. And bro, mind fucked as soon as I heard this from this dude. Like, what? Bro, go fuck yourselves. These people shouldn't sway their opinions because of what's popular in the media or by the news. Ruining their own careers. Freedom of speech? No. No, you guys, I'm going to do a live stream about this whole freedom of speech thing. So I was going to do that today, and then Kimmel got fired. And then I saw this video about the Civil War thing, which led me to a Piers Morgan debate that I watched with Destiny on it. If you don't know who that is, you really don't want to know who that is. And it's this soft-wristed fucking weirdo that's trying to promote violence, and it goes along exactly with what I've been saying this whole live stream. It's the kind of person advocating and pushing for violence that would crawl into the covers. Is it over yet? As soon as some shit actually starts happening. So I think it's important that I have a couple 100,000 subscribers, so I need to add my voice to common sense so people don't think that it's a good idea to start the next civil war in America or revolution, whatever you want to call it. It's not wise. It's not appropriate. It's not appropriate. Those kind of things are supposed to be about the government and because of government oppression and shit, not because you somebody that you liked that said things that you liked got shot. We don't need to do all that. I gotta turn my air off. It's cold in here. Hold on, I'll be right back. We have to protect the children. Fuck yeah. You're preaching to the choir with that shit. I'm a father of 3. That's what initially attracted me to JD's channel is the wood chipper shit. Damn, there's JD right there. Fuck yeah, bro. I appreciate you coming in here. Huge love to D in the chat. Fuck yeah. I'm gonna finish my story about you. One of the first things that attracted me to this dude's channel is his conviction with the wood chipper and fucking feeding pedophiles to it, using them as lubrication. It's fucking the greatest shit ever. You got those are people that have been on my channel for a long time. You've heard me sit up here and literally rant for 20 minutes of what I would like to do to these sick individuals that fuck up our world and our children and their futures. Yeah. That's what initially attracted me to his channel because I found him in shorts and then I started watching some shit and I've been watching for about a year. Been watching for about a year, homie. Appreciate you. I'm gonna make JD a mod in my channel. Go subscribe to this dude's channel. Martin, I don't know, Martin. I don't know. Why are you asking me? I don't know fucking Trump. I don't care about none of that shit. It's just a distraction. Please excuse me while I smoke weed and don't give a fuck about what you're talking about. Hey, JD is another perfect example that just because you've been to prison and we're felons doesn't mean that we're complete fucking idiots. I might be a little bit more of an idiot. And I'm cool with that. I'm a stoned fucking retard that will be honest with you. That's one thing I learned in prison is just being honest and being who you are is makes things so much easier. Trying to play some role or act like somebody you're not. That's harder work. It's like lying. Lying is hard work because then you got to remember your lie and then you got to compound on. Fuck, dude. It's just confusing. I can't do it. Hassan. Yeah, Hassan. How the fuck has that dude been around for so long? How long? How is... See, this is some shit that... This is why the cancel culture shit is crazy to me. And I don't give a fuck anybody who... Oh, you're about cancel culture. I don't care if you say any of that. Because the shit that dude is doing... If I did that, even on my little ass channel a few years ago, if I said the crazy shit that dude is saying, bro, YouTube would have deleted me. Everybody would have stopped fucking talking. Like, what? How the fuck does that dude get away with shit like that all the time? How do other people get away with that shit? And then why does Elon Musk have to make posts about firing people or getting on the ball of some shit? Why don't these people just have the testicular fortitude to fucking be men and realize that these psychopaths are literally manipulating our youth? Because it's mostly children that are watching that. And when I say children, I mean people that are like before 25 years old, because you're not fully mentally developed before 25. You're just not. Hassan is an asset. Yeah, Yeah. Bro, that's when see, you'll understand what I'm saying. It's not that far-fetched to think that Hassan is some outside governmental asset, or even this government's asset of some kind. When you've been to prison and you realize that on low levels like prisons, they will actually send undercover cops into the prison to get information on shit. So it's not that fucking far-fetched to think that they're going to plant some mouthpiece on the internet. A government would do that. The cops do it all the time. I'm not high enough. I need to slow my ADHD down a little bit. I mean, it's only been within the last year or two that I've been saying fag on the internet confidently. When I first started my channel, well, not when I first started it, but when I first started posting on this channel in 2021, like I was worried about saying certain things. I was fucking worried about because I knew the environment that we were operating in. I knew I didn't agree with a lot of shit. And I'll tell you a story about how I got clued into this because I walked out. I did 7 years in prison, so I walked out into a completely different fucking world. Essentially, everything was different. People thought different. They talked different. There was different fucking lingo. The cell phones were fucking different. Shit was just weird. But my clue into this was I was riding down the street with an ex-girlfriend when I first got out, and there was some dude with pink hair and fucking fake tits on the side of the road. And I was like, I laughed. I was like, what the fuck? Did you just see that thing right there? And my girlfriend at the time got pissed. And it started an argument. It fucking blew my fucking mind, dude. It blew my mind. And then I started paying attention to like how other people that we interacted with, or because I was running my business at that time, but I was paying attention to how other people acted, and I saw that her thought processes on, because we argued, we talked a lot about shit, and I saw her thought processes were like widespread. So I was like, oh fuck, I'm in a corner over here. Savage Gaming with $2 hairs, out of prison in 2013 and killing it. $sign. Glad you are too. Hell yeah. Killing it financially. Okay, I got you. Yeah. That was my first clue into that shit. That the world had gotten a lot more sensitive. And this wasn't just like, you know, your usual Decepticon. This was like a dude with fucking you know, a 5-day shadow and fake tits with long pink hair that looked like a street zombie, looked like a fucking fentanyl zombie as he was walking. Very sensitive, dude. Fuck that. I'm over it, bro. I'm over it. And I think that's the best place for us to place all of this. You know, a lot of people want to react. A lot of ignorant people are going to want to react violently to what's going on, and I can't stress how much that's not something you want to be a part of. I mean, I've been in prison riots, and that's nothing compared to when bullets and shit are flying. So just prison riots alone are scary. You don't want to be, imagine a prison riot, but all the inmates have guns and whatever else you fucking been stocking up at the last 100 and something years in America. You know what I mean? Prison riot, but with guns. Fucking crazy. No, I don't want nothing to do with that. Bro, I fucking... How many of you have been in prison and been on the yard when a riot happened? Serious question. You don't gotta lie to kick it either. And I'm talking a riot in an Arizona prison. Now, they're not as bad as California riots, but they're on par. And this is a 4-yard riot. So if you know anything about the yard ranking systems, this is closed custody or maximum security. Well, I don't know if it's, I don't even know how to call it that. So we have 2, 3, 4, 5, and then special man SMU. Lewis Prison. Oh, what year was that? I wonder if that was one of the ones that happened, because we had one on Cheyenne in 2000. No, it wasn't Cheyenne. It was 2013 on Dakota unit. And then there was another one again in 2015 on Dakota unit, I think. Twice on the same yard. I don't think I could survive prison. Hey, I had fun in prison. I'm not going to lie. I had fun. It sucks being away from family and not be able to fuck a bitch every once in a while. And I'm saying that graphically, but I don't give a fuck. Don't be sensitive. When I was in prison, that's how I thought. You know, I'm married with kids now, but besides that, it wasn't that bad. I didn't have to pay rent. I had my food brought to me. You know what I mean? Medical was like $4. Dental, $4. You went to SMU Florence? I never went to SMU. Never went to SMU. I stayed in Central Unit. 4.5 years in the walls. In a single man cell. You know, or the same as SMU. They strip you out every time they move you. They escort you, two guards. It's same, but in some parts in SMU, you get a cellie. There's no cellies in Central Unit. And then they slapped me with some STG points, and I'm in their fucking system as an associate. I already know what they did. Hey, solid behind blue eyes. That's why I'm kind of leery about sharing your shit a little bit. I'll be honest with you. It's because even out here, I know how that shit works. They still give me some. That's all federal shit. Bro, you sound crazy. Maybe I am. Go back then. Did you do time, Brad? Yeah, obviously not. He's been slammed down so hard it ain't funny. Yeah. Oh, I know. I wonder if they could hit me with points just for associating with you. I doubt it, but you never know how they like to tie some weird shit in. I don't plan on going back to prison, so it doesn't matter. The only time it matters is when I'm like trying to do some shit and they run my name and they see that I have affiliations. No, not at all. You don't think so? I don't think so either, but you never know. I don't care. I don't get to speak like I want to, I know. You had 3 girls? Damn. That's awesome for you, but I am so happy that I don't have girls. I have 3 sons. Vetted and found clean. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. The moment that you started, talking to him, they sniffed around every part of your life for sure. I've been in the system. I know how they work in there. They're Hey, I got some money when I was in prison. I was sending some money around because I was doing a lot of dope. I was getting really high all the time in prison. And so there's in Arizona, there's SSU, and then there's a separate unit, which is I don't even know what the fucking name of it is, but they work with SSU, but they're actual peace officers that work in the prison system that can, submit charges to a prosecutor and get you charged. And I was sending around like a lot of fucking money because I bought a cell phone and then I bought a bunch of dope and shit. And these prison cops pulled me out. They're like, we know you're sending money around. I'm like, so what? It's my money. They're like, we're going to charge you with money laundering and assisting a criminal syndicate. They came in the 4:00 in the morning. They bum rushed my cell, stripped me out, cuffed me up, took all my mail. They went through all my shit. And then then they pulled me in there and they tell me this shit. And I'm fucking cuffed up in a carrot suit. And I'm telling, bro, if you were going to charge me with any of that shit, we wouldn't be sitting here talking right now. And this fucking dude sat back and he's like, okay, well, why are you sending money around? I was like, because I can. It's my money. It wasn't illegally gotten. It's my money. So I can send it to whoever the fuck I want. I could send everybody on this yard $50 and there's nothing you could do about it. And he's like, yeah, oh, you're right. I was like, yeah. So he's like, what are you sending all this money around for? And what I told him, I said, I'm trying to ease tensions on the yard, man. There's some dope debts that are going around. I'm just easing tensions. Because they knew I sent the money. So instead of telling them that I'm perpetuating the drug cycle, I just told them that I was helping to ease tensions, which is what they like in the system like that. And it was very believable at the time. So they believed me. I'm not going to fucking tell on myself that I'm buying drugs, but I will tell them that I'm trying to ease tensions and keep the yard, it's very believable. So in the off chance that I have any of those cops watching this live stream at any point now or in the future, I just want you guys to know that. I was buying a lot of heroin and cell phones. A lot. Well, one cell phone and then a bunch of dope. Then weed and tobacco when it came on the yard. That's just being honest, bro. I did a lot of fucking heroin in prison. A lot. If I told you how many tens of thousands of dollars I spent on dope in prison over the course of 7 years, you'd probably shit your pants right now. And it was all my money, so before you go like, whoa. No, it was mine. $30K, pretty close. Pretty close. Pretty close. Yeah. In prison. Yeah. That's not all on dope, but it's like weed and cell phones. Because I'd get a phone, I'd have it for 6 months, and then I'd sell it because, you can only keep a phone in your ass for so long before it's like, all right, I'm fucking tired of having this thing. So you sell it to somebody else. Try to get some of your money back. Tweaking out in prison is crazy. Oh, bro, that's the ultimate test right there for me. Let me tell you. So, not too long before I got out, I got put in an STG pod because I was fucking with some sergeant, and I made him extract me out of my cell, essentially. So they did a cell extraction the last week or a couple weeks of my sentence, and actually, no, that's not. Wow, I went to Casson twice. Okay. So I went to this STG pod a couple times. And when I went in there, the dude that was my right neighbor was some black dude that had a whole bunch of meth. And then the dude on my left was what I thought at the time was a probate. If you don't know what a probate is, that's somebody that's trying to become a bona fide member in a gang, and they have to do something to prove themselves, right? So I had a probate and then a bunch of meth next to me, and I did a fucking bunch of meth, and I was up for like probably 4 days in this cell. And if you've never been up for 4 days with a that's drug induced, you're not going to understand what I'm talking about. But I was hearing things, I was seeing things, I was seeing cockroaches moving, shit was like out of my peripherals was moving. If I would stare at things, they'd become fuzzy. I was hearing conversations in the pod that were not fucking happening. They were not happening. Bro, I'm telling you, this shit was wild. And then I started to develop this thought that this probate was going to try to kill me because I don't fucking know why. I really don't know why. I think maybe I owed some money on the yard at some time, at the time, maybe like $1,000 or some shit, which is nothing. But I owed a little bit of money, and just having that thought, knowing that I owe money, is what triggered me. I was paranoid as a motherfucker. I thought this dude was going to try to get me when I come out because he's a probate. He's trying to earn his bones so he could be a made guy. You know what I mean? So in my tweaker delusion, I thought he was going to stab me when we come out for showers because they do them in order. And then the day we did showers, like he asked if they could start over here. And then the way it would work out is we would be out almost at the same time. And he had to ask that same day. So I was like, what the fuck? I'm in my cell tripping. So I start a little fire on my toilet, and I take all the plastic that I have, which I had like 2 shampoo bottles and a cup or some shit, and I melted them all down into a roll, and I fucking rolled this shit. I made a plastic shank. This is the only time I ever made a shank in prison, and I was gonna stab this motherfucker when we came out for showers because I normally people PC up, and that's like asking to go into protective custody, but that wasn't even my thought process. My thought process was I'm gonna fucking stab this dude first. Don't do meth is the moral of this story, because none of that was real. I imagined all of it. None of it was fucking. These dudes literally had to give me. They gave me free heroin because they could tell I was tripping out, so it would make me come down and I could go to sleep. Oh man. I was a little bit different in prison too. I'm giggly and funny right here, but I didn't have access to weed like I do right now in prison. So I was a lot more serious, and I was like 230 pounds at the time. So it was some shit where everybody was a little nervous. They see me come out with a fucking piece, and then I tell them later on, like, I was going to stab that dude. Oh my God, dude. That was crazy. Meth is so bad for you. Like, don't. Anybody that's doing that, you need to talk them off the ledge, because it is a ledge. If you don't get off of it, it will ruin your life. All drugs will ruin your life. While I do think that they should be legal and everybody should have access, if you're fucking retarded enough and you want to kill yourself, they will ruin your life. If drugs were legal, here, you want to hear a weird paradox here? If drugs were legal and you could go and buy them and do all that, just like you can weed in some places, I would be constantly advocating against drug use. That would be a new part of my activism, is advocating against drug use even harder if it was legal. Because I've been there and done that. But I still don't think the government should have any say in what we do, especially on a personal level, like consuming drugs or putting my fucking seatbelt on. You know what I mean? Shit like that. If it's something that can only hurt me, If the act itself, like, yeah, you could do some drugs and then go do something that hurts other people, but it wasn't the drugs that did that. It was the stupid person that did the fucking drugs. Do you understand? I didn't fly out of the windshield of my car because I got into a car accident. I flew out of the windshield because I didn't put my fucking seatbelt on. What does the government give a fuck? They already don't have a duty to protect you. If you don't know what I'm talking about, look up Castle Rock versus Gonzalez. There's other cases. There's Winnebago versus forgetting half of that case, but there's Winnebago something. If you type that in after looking up Castle Rock in Google, Google will know what you're looking for. But Castle Rock versus Gonzalez, this Supreme Court case law essentially says that the government and its agents do not have a duty to protect you. And this is when it comes to like individual public safety matters. A cop doesn't have a duty to save you if you're drowning. A cop doesn't have a duty to protect you from being shot. They do not have a duty to enforce orders of protections. And that's what those cases are about. So Castle Rock versus Gonzalez is a woman went and got a case against, I don't want to misquote it because I'm not remembering it precisely right now, but it was over a protective order that the court didn't enforce, which led to the death of children. And the mother sued and lost because the government said that it does not have a duty to protect you. It was over a restraining order. Mm-hmm. This is what a lot of people don't understand. Like, that's why I don't think that's a main component to why I don't think the government should have any say in what we do. Why I don't think they should have any say in abortions, drug use, seat belts, shit like this. You know what I mean? That it's none of their fucking business. Until like we're treated as humans instead of tax cattle. You know what I'm saying? Where they have a duty to fucking protect us. I might be able to wrap my head around some of these other restrictions that they want to play into. But until they care about us more, I don't give a fuck. Then everybody should be able to make their own choices on shit. That's a big problem for me. When I started to understand that aspect, that the government literally, legally does not have to protect you, why the fuck are you telling me what to do at all then? Why do you, what the fuck am I paying for taxes for? What the fuck am I paying for all this other bullshit for? There's a lot of questions when it comes to the simple fact that they don't have to fucking protect you. That bothers me. I don't need them to protect me. Let's be clear on this. I don't need that. But that the fact that they are not required to, but I'm required to do all these other things, like not sit here and snort a line of cocaine on the fucking internet if I want to, legally. You know what I mean? You ain't got to protect me, but I can't fucking kill myself if I want to. What the fuck? That's not a good idea, by the way. I'm not promoting that at all. I'm just using it as an example. If you're thinking about negative stuff like that, please seek help. Seriously. Yeah, it's the same kind of weird shit. Just like you can be drafted to go to war at 18. You can be put on a battlefield and have a gun in your hand and be given, the ability to kill people for your government at 18. But at the moment you come back, you can't even drink alcohol. You're a child again. Weird shit with the government that's always bothered me. Always bothered me, bro. Like, it's illegal for me to have a substance and consume that substance that could kill me, but you don't have to protect me? I'm like, what the fuck? I can get drafted and go to another country and kill other people for you, but at the moment I come back, I can't even drink alcohol. The illusion is broken here. That's why I don't buy into a lot of the shit, folks. I don't buy into the Republican, the Democratic bullshit. This is not a democracy. America was not founded on a democracy. This is a constitutional republic. If you don't understand that, you should start there with your understanding of things. America is a constitutional republic. It is not a democracy. At least it was. When you have a fundamental understanding of what bro, what the fuck is that? Of what I'm talking about, you'll get it. You'll get it. You could never owe 1,000 in prison. That's funny. That is funny. You want to hear some funny shit? I won't tell you what a criminal organization, but and it wasn't any white one, so keep that in mind. But in prison, when I was in prison, I had a $10,000 tab with the specific gang in prison that wasn't no skinhead or AB or none of those white groups. No. So you're fucking hired and draft pussy, homie. I had a $10,000 tab, a limit that I could go up to where I could go and tell somebody, give me some, and that's any of their people on the fucking yard because it's all the same shit. One guy gets it and it goes distributes and it gets sold and then they funneled back and then up and then to the old ladies and take care of. That's how shit works in there. $10,000 tab. I'm not bullshitting at all. 1,000% not joking. You can't owe 1,000 in prison. I wouldn't advise that. That's fucking dumb if you don't have the means to pay for that. That's how people find themselves in wrecks. That's how you find yourself stabbed, is because that's where the violence really is in prison. On the outside here, people like to tout it as some kind of racial nonsense, and it's not like that. There's an economy in there, and it's like Walmart versus Target. There's no race there. It's just two different organizations in prison, okay? And it's all, there's an economy. It's all about the money. It's all about who controls what, and it's control, power, control, and money, and drugs. And they let it be like that because it's divide and conquer mentality in prison. They can control everything a lot more efficiently if we're all fighting each other and we're not focusing on the guards, because it's like a 10-to-1 scenario. It's not good for them. It's the same kind of shit that America does more subtly. They can't do that. And essentially now they do that in some neighborhoods, but that's a whole other story that we don't need to get into. I'm just talking about en masse, like how they tout division on these government fucking news channels and shit with their rhetoric constantly to completely spout division and create us fighting amongst ourselves. Same shit they do in prison, but they do it with drugs and gangs and violence and shit like that. Many variations of democracy. There are many variations. Yeah. This live right now? Is this shit live right now? What do you think? Does it look live right now? Whatever, not to deal with it all. Yeah, for sure. You guys like this? How I can flip through the scenes. Somebody gave me a tip on my live streams, so I'm. This is it put into practice. Ugh. Oh, fuck. Like how you change it up. Oh, I'm constantly changing up my live streams. Constantly. When you're scatterbrained, this is like a sign of that. ADHD, you know what I mean? I don't like getting stuck in patterns and routines of doing shit. Brad, you're just annoying as fuck, bro. Suck my nuts, lick my butthole, and be gone. Be gone! Bzzz. Well, you could chat all you want in here. The moment you start getting fucking disrespectful or annoying, you're gone. I like to treat my live stream like my living room. You know what I mean? If I wouldn't tolerate you saying some of the shit that you're saying in my chat right in front of my face in my house, I don't recognize free speech in my house, by the way, either. That's a government thing. No free speech, no. An inmate. What? So what do you guys think? You want to see a stream where we talk about the legal nuances of all these firings that are happening? and we'll do it as like teachers. We'll focus on teachers and people that are getting fired from public institutions. Later, Terry. So there's a balancing test to this, a legal balancing test to whether or not some of these people are going to have ground standing when they file a civil suit against whatever organization fired them for their supposed free speech. Thought police. No, some of these teachers are going to have some standing. I'm assuming there's some people that are listening that want to hear what I'm talking about, but what it's going to boil down to is, did their comments cause a disruption? There's a couple other factors, but the main one is, did their comments cause a disruption to the institution? Did it cause fear? And my opinion is, since people called in and reported them for what they posted on the internet, it caused a disruption. And there's literally videos of children saying that they're fearful. Feelings and rights. You know, a school, an institution is one of the few places where like feelings like that actually matter in a legal setting. Yeah, businesses, private businesses that fire people, there's no recourse for you. You're not getting your job back. You have no lawsuit. Good luck. If you work at a government organization, your speech is limited. And you do have certain rights, but they're not absolute. And you absolutely could be fired depending upon what you said and what it caused. And I know a lot of people aren't going to like that, but that's the reality of it. I've been going back and forth with a couple lawyers about this. Gay and retarded. How am I gay if I fucked your mama? Oh, I know. I know. It's because I also fucked your daddy. I get it. I get where you're getting the gay thing at. My bad. Dad wasn't as good as your mom, though. She was banging. So good, I hit it twice. I rolled off, smoked a cigarette, and then rolled back on, bud. Tell her I said hi. Tell her I said hi. That'd be funny if that was one of my sons in here trolling me, because then it would kind of be true. YouTube Premium, definitely worth it, yeah. Jimmy Kimmel got fired for perpetuating dumb shit that the network that he works for that is granted an FCC license that's funded by the public. So the FCC chair cut him off of the air, canceled his show. And what's funny about that is on the next slot, I think maybe it's Monday or something, or Friday or Sunday, whenever his show was supposed to air, they're going to play a tribute in his time slot for Charlie Kirk. And I know there's a lot of people like, yeah, ABC, but you got to think about it. This network has allowed it to happen over and over and over for years and years and years. This is them saving face. This is the media juggernauts that are trying to save face and protect their empires. Of course they're going to do this with the backlash that we've seen. But what about for the last 10 years that they've been pushing this fucking propaganda and bullshit on us? Let's not forget about that. Bro, didn't I tell you I fucked your mama? Shut up. The discussion's over after that. I've been inside of the place where you were conceived, so shut up. What up, Patrick? All this started years ago when they began indoctrinating the college students. Yep, that's another one. Yep, college. And then moved to the kids. My professors at UCLA in the 80s were admitted Marxists. Yep. You are spot the fuck on right there. The colleges are 100% guilty of a lot of the indoctrination into retardedness that we're seeing. What does everybody keep saying later? Later. Later, y'all. Yeah, Anima, I spoke on that. Talking about Destiny. What a fucking total retard. What a total retard. Are they still doing those fight things? I'll fight that guy. If I win, you have to we'll do it for channels. If I win, you have to delete your channel. If you win, I have to delete mine. I'm game for that. I promise you, I've been punched in the head more times than that dude's had girlfriends. If he even likes girls. I have a feeling he likes kids based on what I've heard, but that's only rumor until I see some shit that I haven't seen yet. Which one of my channels? I'll delete this one. I know he was banned from Twitch. Good. Hassan needs to get banned. Yeah. Yeah, easy unfiltered, Hassan. Appreciate you helping Richard out, Patrick. It's very kind of you, sir. Damn, Bear. Since we're friends and you have my phone number, just go ahead and cash at me like $200 right now. Brother. I'm just kidding, dude. Whoa, what the fuck? Damn, Patrick. Patrick, Darcy with $300. Hello, Richard. Another 300 being mailed to you. This is for DD. Many thanks, sir. Damn. Appreciate you. Damn, bro. Thank you. My wife be spending that on butt wipes for the boys, diapers, or goat food. Thank you, sir. Damn. Jason, you just fundamentally do not understand the First Amendment. You don't understand freedom of speech. Pole smoker, Jerry? Oh, nice. Is this America anymore? Because freedom of speech has been one of the biggest things I'm most proud of in this country. Homie, you just don't understand. You don't understand what freedom of speech covers, who it applies to, where it applies, what time it applies. I mean, and this is part of it's a bigger problem. It's a much bigger problem. I don't have a freedom of speech on this platform. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't have a freedom. If I were to say or do certain things on this YouTube channel, like, it would get deleted. Just like what's happening to a lot of other people. I mean, I guess that's the most simplest way to put it. Is if I was up here doing some shit that I wasn't supposed to, or saying some shit that the platform fundamentally didn't agree with, bro, they could snap their fingers and delete this shit. I don't have a First Amendment right. I'm not gonna be able to sue them. There's no recourse for me. In shorts, they're all fire. Appreciate you, Adam. Hate speech laws. Yeah. Yeah. I'd have to look into what is being pushed, because I shared a clip on my X that was potentially taken out of context, and I don't want to do that. I haven't looked into exactly what they're pushing. I already know there's going to be some kind of government attempt here, but I don't know how that's going to work out for them. Watch the system adapt. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yes, sir. It's the same thing that the media companies are going to do. They're going to adapt to the situation and act like they weren't allowing this shit to go on up until this point. So live streams are going to be a regular thing on the channel, folks. If you're into the whole live streaming thing, I don't know what time during the day exactly I'll be able to do it. But the goal is to try to live stream every day. If you want to be notified of that, I would suggest turning your notifications on for the channel. Because I'm noticing with the comments, and my live streams will be catered based off of what's happening in the world or whatever I feel like I want to do, basically. But what I'm noticing is a lack of understanding of the First Amendment from a lot of people. Like, I thought, like, leaving comments on my channel, I thought you were about the First Amendment, and now you're wanting people to get fired. I mean, I need to I feel like I need to go live and explain it, and then I'll cut the live and post a video. Keep what up? Oh, keep the lives up? Yeah, yeah. I like live streaming. I'm live streaming on Kick right now, too, at the same time. I really am. I'm not joking. Tell us about Kick. I don't know anything about that platform, bro. I just recently started an account and I'm dual streaming. So it'll be, because I get age restricted and shit over here a lot, or not demonetized, but limited ads for shit that I say sometimes. And I'm kind of testing that platform I'm smoking weed right now on Kick. You know what I mean? I'm cussing and saying a bunch of crazy shit. I'm just kind of testing to see how they are. Because I'd be fucking pissed if I dump a whole bunch of time into growing another account and then it just gets deleted. Just like fucking Facebook. Fucking Facebook. I had a decent Facebook account until I told somebody to punch themselves in the face, and then they banned my account. How do we look it up? It's direct_D on Kick. On the View. Yes, we toke around here. If you haven't seen my contribution to the potheads, here you are. By the way, I don't know if you've seen this or not, but it is the Direct D branded Smokers Traveler's Kit. This is a glass blunt or a one-hitter with the Direct D logo on it, a hard case with the Direct D logo on it, and a Bic lighter with the Direct D logo on it. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's available on outfitterfreedom.com. The link to that website will be in the pinned comment and the description of this video. Definitely go get yourself one of these. Every pothead needs a Direct D smoker's kit. Trust me. You're not cool unless you have one. They're nice. Where the fuck is mine at? Usually the lighter goes in there. I sell shirts too, but I also sell what's the dugout? This is the new version of the dugout. You know what I mean? With the little one hitter in there. With my channel logo. See, this channel does have a logo, trademark logo on it, but we're doing the Clippy thing right now. That's why you see Clippy on the channel. I like my kick account. Let's see if I can do it right now. See if this works. There we go. That's the live that's happening on Kick right now. I want a white free press t-shirt. Well, like my Street News Network shit. Gonna do call-ins again? Yeah. I'm buying one. Hell yeah. There's other stuff on my website. Sell other stuff than just that. T-shirts, pothead shit, fucking dream catchers, lamps that are made out of alcohol bottles. And we host like small businesses or products. If you sell something and you want us to host it, and because you know I'm advertising the website right now, so if somebody goes there to buy one of these pothead devices or even look at them, then they're going to be introduced to other shit. So we do host, like Candace, one of the mods in the chat, she has items up on our website. So if you want to do some stuff like that, hit me up. Do you sell something? Like I'll sell other channels merch too. We'll make it and sell it depending upon your reach and shit. Contingency kind of thing. Kind of. I mean, you can ask Candace how it works. She's sold stuff through us. Yeah, dude. Oh, fucking food techs make me hungry. Anyway, anybody got any questions before I end this live stream? Fish fry. What mission? You got it, Kay? Do you think marijuana steadies your view? Yeah. I think it evens out. At least for me, it doesn't work the same for everybody, but I think it evens out my my thought processes. Yeah. Yeah. Big question? I don't think so. $5. I sure as fuck ain't gonna be live for 5 hours. You're crazy. Change channels? No, I have 2 channels that I stream on, and then I post on like 4 channels. So no, I just didn't used to stream this often on my main channel, but I don't care anymore. So I am now. I have some documentaries about people that I'm going to put on this channel. I was going to put some of them on Christopher Ruff, but I'm not going to do that anymore. They're going to go on here. I'll be buying some of your lighters. Hell yeah. Appreciate you. I'm gonna text you. I'll text you a code to use when you do that. R.I.P. Freedom of speech. See, those comments right there are why I need to go live and talk about the legalities of all of this. Because this isn't something new. We have a lawyer in the chat. Patrick is a lawyer, for those of you that don't know. If one of the mods can... Actually, you can be a mod, Patrick. I don't know why you're not. If one of the mods or Patrick wants to post Patrick's channel so people can go and... He's a lawyer in California. You guys want to learn about legal stuff and all that, that's one of the channels that you should go and check out. But there's it needs to be explained, because like what I was saying is Patrick can tell you that these cases about posting stuff on the internet and teachers being fired and shit, it's already gone through the court systems. There's the Pickering balancing test on whether or not it caused a disruption, and there's a bunch of case law that's already happened over the years that's not going to change. It's not going to change now. There's no new elements to this outside of this being a mass thing. You know what I'm saying? The only reason that the Supreme Court even hears cases, because all these, if you file lawsuits, if you do it state level or even beginning federal levels, they're all going to get dismissed. It's going to have to go to a circuit court. All these are going to go to circuit courts for them. Well, I can't say all of them. Most of them are going to go to circuit courts because they're going to get denied. And if you appeal it, that's where you're going. And the Supreme Court doesn't even have to hear it. So if you petitioned for the Supreme Court after you get denied, what new elements are you bringing that they should listen to? And there's nothing. That's why I think it's important for me to go live and explain to people. Real estate, business, litigation, and defamation. Yeah, that's what you specialize in, but Patrick's got a well-rounded understanding of other aspects of law too. He'll cover some other stuff that's outside of that purview, but he knows what he's talking about. And I mean, he might even be one of the lawyers that catches some of these cases, because there's a lot of California people getting fired. If you're sitting in my chat and you're somebody that got fired, I mean, Patrick's the kind of person you're going to end up calling to sue, try to get your job back. And I'm telling you, just the fact of how mass this is and people called into the institutions and reported them, that is going to be seen as the disruption that tips the balancing test. I've gone back and forth with a different lawyer today about this and been seeing a lot of other posts, and I've gone through all the case authority. I've gone through, not all of it, of course, but I've gone through most of it, and that's literally what all of it's all about. Then it's nuanced. It's very nuanced. This is all going to be case by case, essentially. But for the most part, if you were a school teacher and you posted something online cheering Charlie Kirk's death, and it caused a disruption by people reporting you to the school and calling the school, you don't have a leg to stand on to sue, in my opinion. But we'll see what the courts decide, because that's ultimately what it boils down to. And if you're new to the channel, no, I'm not a lawyer at all, but I do work as a paralegal in Arizona, so I do have some structural understanding of what the fuck I'm talking about. Public servants are being fired across the board. Yeah. They can say it promoted violence. That's Candace. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm acting pro se, and every time I'm filing documents, I say, yeah, but you're in Canada. Shit's different in Canada, homie. To show the grift. Damn, really? Property interest in their job. That's pretty crazy. They had special legislation passed to give them property interest in their job. I didn't know that's what it showed. I'm noticing that there's a lot of scams and illegal shit that's happening with schools. I'm noticing a pattern with what I'm seeing over the last probably 3 years is when I've been picking up on it. Is there's constantly some shit with schools. Constantly with schools. We just read about it yesterday. There was $870 million misappropriated by some school administrators. A lot of shit going on with schools. No, inciting violence is not legal. Absolutely cannot incite violence. That's illegal federally and locally, everywhere in the United States. Please excuse the box. There's a chicken in there. Hold on a minute. Did you just say there's a chicken in that box? Yeah, I did. Any eggs? No. Not yet. I'm thinking about changing their diet up. I follow a couple homestead farming channels on YouTube, and I'm looking into different feeding methods for them because this mother sucker, this old girl right here, she has a packed gizzard. So if you know anything about chickens, she's got a mass in her gizzard that is not processing for some reason. So I'm keeping her warm and massaging it regularly, trying to give her oils to pass it and keeping her away from the food and the other nonsense in the cage that maybe she ate for whatever reason. Stupid fucking chickens. I lost another one because of that. So I'm taking precautions, and I don't want to lose her. She's beautiful. She's all black with like a green tinge to the ends of her feathers. Big ass chicken. I'm not even joking. There is for real a fucking a whole hen a live chicken in that box. Is she silky? I don't know. I don't know what kind of I don't know. Beautiful bird. Looks like a raven or some kind of hawk almost, not a chicken. It really doesn't look like a chicken. Garlic and thyme. Yeah. So I put her in a warm Epsom salt bath. I know that's for like Bramblefoot and shit. That's not for what she has, but it warms up the pouch, and she was drinking some of the Epsom salt water, so it's definitely helping. HC1 Great Herbal Vets on YouTube. Do you have more? Yeah. I got like a 10 by 15 chicken coop, enclosed chicken coop that's attached to the goat barn. I live off grid. If you're new to the channel and you don't know what the fuck what? Yeah, I live off grid. Kind of off grid. It's not really off grid if I have the internet. I get that. That's why I'm saying kind of off grid. But I'm not connected to city water, power, trash services, none of that. I got a piece of property in the desert, and we get our power off the sun. That's why I have a chicken in a box. And a dog at my foot, and a cat laying on the shelf over there. And another cat somewhere else. Goats and shit. I used to live in the city a few years ago, but I'll never go back after this. I'll never go back. I mean, I can't say I'll never go back. There's obviously, well, maybe I could be put in a situation where that never turns into all right. But I'm hoping that I never find myself there. What up, dude, Bruise? No, my cats are lazy. Yeah, I live between Concho and Snowflake. I want to see one of these little weirdos with the butthole piercings and like JD said, 70 genders. Come to where I live. Try any of this fucking nonsense. The area that I live in is the kind of town that you go to in America where when you go to the gas station, everybody's got a gun on them. Everybody at the pump has a gun on them. There's a gun in everybody's car. And well, I can't say everybody. Almost everybody that's walking around is packing. And Arizona's constitutional carry state, so you don't need no concealed permit nonsense to carry in Arizona as long as you're 21. And you never felt safer, for real. Electric eccentrics. If you live in this area, you know exactly what I'm talking about. This is cowboy country. Everybody's packing out here. Not everybody, but you know what I mean. I've been here 2 years. I haven't had any problems like I experienced in the city. That's another good thing to tell. Maybe there's people in here thinking about trying the off-grid lifestyle. It's very hard. You're going to have to learn a lot of shit. But I think it's worth it, especially if you have children. I'm raising 2 children out here, so I haven't had any of the problems. I haven't had like you know, I've had cops behind me and shit, but I haven't had cops follow me and stalk me. I haven't had people like undercover cars parked outside of my property. I haven't seen one fentanyl zombie the whole time I've been up here. A homeless person or like a tweaker that you would normally see in like this Phoenix or major cities. They're rare. When you see them, it's like out of place out here. I never got waved to in the city. Everybody fucking waves to you out here, especially when they start realizing you're a local. The sheriffs don't fuck with you. At least they don't fuck with me or anybody that I know. I love it. Never been there? This is Mormon country. Old school Mormon country right here. Cold country. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Property tax is $16 a year. Where? My property tax on 38 acres is less than $300 a year. 38 acres. Did I say 300? No. 38. 300. Yeah. Cochise County. Yeah. Oh yeah, super cheap. Motherfucking bug, bro. Fuck off. See that little shit? You little son of a biscuit. Cochise County. Yeah, I love where I live. I don't have anything bad to say about the people of the county. Nobody's sent me like emails and like oh man, you need to check this out. You need to check this out. Actually, there was some shit recently in a town, but that seems to be getting dealt with. But anyway, other than that, there's nothing. When I lived in Maricopa County, bro, my fucking emails were inundated every single day with this happened and this happened and they did this and they did this. It's crazy. It's crazy what a little 4-hour drive north, how it brings such difference. Into huge lots, like a huge ranch, divided lots into huge lots. What's a huge ranch? The county? You know, if I just stuck to an hour during a stream, I think I could get away with not smoking anything during the whole stream. It might be more productive, probably. What was a ranch? Where's the fun in that? There really isn't any. But this does eat up a little bit of time when I gotta fucking, you know what I mean? Yep, I love where I live. And I built all of this studio right here. I built my house with the help of a friend. Living off grid is fun, but it's a lot of fucking work. I'm gonna take this dresser shelf thing out, whatever the fuck this is. And then I'm gonna put like a little platform probably right about there. Then make a little storage underneath of it. And then put the dog's bed right there. He has a kennel. I have the kennel under my bed, but I'll put it over here. Maybe I'll just build a different bed. Did you see the sheriff where I live, or Todd Robinson is from, said that the kid came in with mommy and daddy, didn't get cuffed, made it nice and comfy because he didn't want to get shot. Yeah, it's like the FBI going live and praising themselves for catching him. Like, motherfucker, his daddy turned him in. Which a lot of people are praising his dad. And I'll give you my honest take on that as the father of 3 sons. I wouldn't have turned my son in. I would not have turned my son in. I would have helped him escape the country. Some of you might not like that, but at the end of the day, I won't do anything illegal or help anybody except for my children and my old lady. Even when it comes to something like this, the only time this rule gets broken, and this is something I've thought about for 15 years since I had my first son. So this is a very strong conviction that I have. But the only time that this rule would get broken is if they turned out to be some type of predator. And I have a responsibility as their father to prevent that. So that's the only time that I would break that rule. But outside of, and I mean like a sexual predator. I'm not just talking like a murderer. You know what I mean? It's like a deviant. Outside of that, no, I'm helping my sons. Full stop. I will do anything that I have to for my children. No, you can't prevent anything, but you can try. And part of that for me is leaving a legacy of my thoughts and opinions like I'm doing right now on the internet. Because I know my oldest son watches my live streams. Yeah, definitely wouldn't turn my kids, and I couldn't do that. Mm-mm. Frankly, I wouldn't turn anybody in. But that's just me. Can gaming sponsorships be used to support some of these things we might be seeing? I don't know. Yeah, I've done too much time to go sit in a courtroom and point fingers. Not gonna do it. You know, Tristan, I'm trying really hard not to feed into that. I'm trying really hard not to feed into that. because yeah, something is weird, and I'll leave it at that. What happened to him was very real, though, and that's what I'm focusing on. I mean, I'm not dumb, and neither are you. That's why you've been in this live stream the whole time. I'm sure some of you in here are just hate watching, but for the most part, we're not dumb. But right now is not the time to perpetuate that. That's why I'm not saying anything. There will be a time for that, but it's not right now. There are other people doing that. No need to even talk about it. We've all been paying attention very closely. We have all been paying attention very closely. I would just ask that everybody not perpetuate that. Because it's not going to do any good right now. Not going to do any good right now. Oh, you know. Yeah, there will... Bro, you just die, bro. Get the fuck out of here. Stoner on a trip. Are you drunk trying to type in my chat? Can't even spell shit right, homie. Is you brain dead? Candy ass pothead. This is not fair when people come in and they try to talk tough in the chat, because if I respond the way I want to, it doesn't mean anything because we're not in front of each other. This is funny, you know what I mean? Oh. This is your safe space. Isn't that what you just said? Some shit about a safe space? Somebody say something about a safe space? Or you're a combat vet, so that makes you a badass? Oh, shut the fuck up. Yeah, you're a real badass against a bunch of fucking towel heads with no electricity hiding in fucking caves that were starved half to death. Broke fish. Broke fishing. Jimmy Kimmel canceled. Fuck yeah. Yeah, you guys got to go watch JD's full coverage on that. He just did a live stream before I went live. Your cardio ain't too good with all them cigs. Keep telling yourself that. Damn, I am smoking too much. Turn my fingers a different color. Keep telling yourself that. Smoke another one in your honor. Keep telling yourself that. Fuck Jimmy Kimmel, yep. Smoking don't mean shit. No, it doesn't. I was smoking in prison, chewing, while running, and working out 6 days a week. Yeah, no. Motherfuckers are tripping. Do I agree? Yeah, I fucking agree. Fuck Jimmy Kimmel. I'll be smoking while I'm working out on the rec field in prison. That's what you're talking about. Run fucking circles around you with the cigarette in my mouth. Tripping. I used to climb trees in Arizona's heat in the peak of summer at the hottest points of the day while smoking cigarettes. If you don't know anything about tree work, it's one of the most physically exhausting things that you can do, in my opinion, that I've ever done. You got to be physically committed to being in that mother-sucking tree for 4 hours at least to start. And then you can drop down for 30 minutes, get a drink, eat something, go right back up. Oh, you don't believe me? You want to see me in a tree? Check that out. On this day, I removed 5 palm trees that were between like 30 and 60 feet. That's me in the tree right there. So I've got this tree rigged to the one that's topless, the tall topless one next to it. So when I top it, it swings away from me and it can bounce on that other tree and I don't have to deal with the problems. Yeah. Anybody watching that would tell me like get a job and all that other kind of shit. Like I legit owned my own business and did this shit for a living before I was on YouTube. So whatever. See what I'm saying? Perfectly rigged. My guys knew how to balance the weight when it dropped and let some slack out so it didn't swing. See how nice that lawn is, though? That's why we had to do it like this, is because these people specifically hired me so I didn't dent their lawn, mess their grass up, break the cement right there by the pool. Like, these folks spent a lot of money on removing there's 5 palm trees. Or, 5 of them. There's 4 lined, and then there's 1 behind the one on the left. But I think I charged them. I think it was like $5,000. $5,000, and I did this whole job probably in 4 hours, maybe 5 hours. No, I think it was like 5 hours total for cleanup, stump grinding. Yeah, there was literally nothing left when we took the stump, everything, put the rocks back over it. Just looked like a little hill on their landscaping right there. And this is what I did in the summer, in the winter, for years when I got out of prison. 1 year after getting out of prison, I started this business right here. And those are all my employees on the ground. And then my old lady, my baby mama is on the left over there with the blue garbage can. You can barely see her. Might be a good article. Sent you some pretty interesting reads right now. All right. Yeah, I'll check them out. Hello. Why did you take off the top? Oh, you want to watch the short for this? So I have the whole thing, almost the whole thing in a short, so you can see it from another angle. That's right, we recorded it. I forgot about that. Okay, nice. Check this out. Oh, maybe there was only 4 trees. Okay. So 4, not 5. I thought there was a little one. And I'm knocking down the last one. So you have to knock them down in sections, and then I had to rig them all down so they didn't fall or hit me or break anything. That's why people pay a lot of money for this. This shit's super dangerous. The risk to property damage is high. The risk to my employees is high. Look at that. We made 4 palm trees disappear in the matter of a few hours. Motherfucking bug. A lot of rigging, yeah. Lots of rigging. Oh, this is kind of cool. Here, I'll show you skinning palm trees in sped up. in a time lapse. Now the skin is that you can see the 3 that don't have any skin. They look kind of naked, and then there's the 2 that we're on. Watch. This shit sucks right here. This is hours and hours. Look at the clouds moving. You can tell how many hours are passing just by the cloud movement. That's how many hours I be in a tree right there, smoking cigarettes the whole time in the heat. Look at that. It's 1 inch at a time. 1 inch at a time up these. That's hours worth of footage. Those are the worst jobs right there. So when I skin a palm tree, all that shit you see coming off of a palm tree, to cut all of that off, I charge anywhere from $1,000 to $2,000 per tree. That's grueling work. That was in Arizona heat. Yeah. People, that's why I think it's funny when people talk about my smoking cigarettes and shit. Like, homie, I had a whole pack of cigarettes, a bottle of water on me. Like, I did not get down the whole time I was doing that. That's on my gaffs or spikes, whatever you want to call them, on a tree with a rope wrapped around it. Like, you have to know what you're doing. I'm not tied to anything. I'm literally standing on the tree with 2 little spikes that are holding me in place with a rope wrapped around it so I don't fall backwards. The amount of leg strength that you have to stand there for that long. It's so funny. I would hire dudes that would tell me, they're like, yeah, I can climb. I'm like, okay. And then I'd give them a little test. We'd meet at a park. I'd throw a rope up in a tree, see if they can ascend and rappel, and see if they can gaff climb on a tree at all. And then sometimes we'll get to a job like this dude that was climbing this tree. He did well. He went up the whole thing, but he was dead afterwards. Not literally, figuratively, but he was physically exhausted, like like he couldn't do it. He had no more to give after that. He did pretty good, I'll give him that, but he didn't last long as an employee because he just couldn't hang. Climbing is very stressful. Climbing is very, very, very. That's part of the reason I'm not upset that I don't have to climb anymore. So that job that I just showed you, if you've been in here where we topped all those trees and we got rid of them, that was one of my last jobs that I did. And during that job and then another palm tree job that I did, I was constantly thinking about the police. This is around 2021, 2020, the end of 2020, when I had just met my old lady. And we were doing jobs, but I was also kind of doing this YouTube channel shit a little bit. It was a few months after the George Floyd incident. And then while I was doing these palm tree jobs, I was thinking about shit that had happened recently because I'd gone out and recorded some cops, or I got pulled over, I think, too. And just the way that they had treated me, even though in the beginning I was way more respectful than I am now, and they still treated me like shit. It just opened my fucking eyes, like, and pissed me off. So it was freaking me out while I was in the trees because I wasn't paying as much attention to my safety and doing all my safety checks. I was thinking about shit that was I have ADD really bad. What I'm not doing is getting high. I'm smoking a lot of cigarettes, but so when I'm not high, it's really hard to focus, and I'm thinking about what this motherfucker said to me when he pulled me over, and now I'm up in a tree, like 60 feet in a tree, about to cut the top of it off, like, fuck, dude. And then thinking like, okay, if I hurt myself, none of these other idiots are going to be able to do anything to run my company. It's all on me. If I get hurt, then fuck, nobody's getting paid. None of these jobs are getting done. So I had to make a decision. And then if you were in my chat recently, when Casey Kendall came in, my former insurance guy who insured me while I ran this company, I then went and reached out to him, sat down with him, had a discussion, and he propelled me to do this. He kind of lit the fire under my ass to do all of this. I need to message him too. I forgot about that. But now you have some background on the channel, since I know some of you are kind of new here. Before YouTube, I ran a business, a successful tree care and landscape business. And then it got scary because I was getting distracted. My last job, my lady will tell you, she'll never come on here and actually tell you, but she wouldn't, I don't think she would disagree with me. She noticed the last tree that I removed. I was nervous. I was nervous because I wasn't paying attention, and it was a hot ass day. I don't know. It's just all bad. I have video of that tree too. I have a lot of video of me cutting trees down, rappelling from trees, fucking monkeying around in the tree, jumping from limb. I got a lot of shit. I spent hours and 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 hours roping around in trees. Super fun. Until it wasn't. Eight officers shot in Pennsylvania today. I did not. Hey, Tempe, anytime you get shit like that, if you want to collect like a little list and contribute to the live streams or Street News Network, I have a guy that's going to start going live on that channel. Breaking news on my news media YouTube channel. There's going to be a new face on the channel and somebody posting on there regularly. You be seeing somebody else operating that channel. Hell yeah, Alan. Got you hooked? Hell yeah. 3 did. Yeah, Tempe, if you, well, not right now. If you want to contribute, like, you know, we can set some shit up. I'll hook you up with that dude too, so you can tell him about some stuff, or maybe you can, maybe you want to start doing lives on the channel. Who knows? Who knows? I'm giving certain people access to the channel to make, so they can make, like, on-scene, live-scene contributions. If that's something you may be interested in, let me know. And I'm talking to Darian specifically, not just giving anybody access to it. Yeah, they can do that. Darian, I hope you've been paying attention to what's been going on, and the people that have been acting weird about it. And you know why I'm telling you that? because you used to associate with a lot of them. And I hope you're seeing the sickness. Wow, this fucking moth is annoying. I don't have any windows open either. I don't know where they're coming from. Ah. Yeah, I definitely don't miss climbing and being in the heat. Really, what I miss out of all of that is the challenge of it, because it's really hard work, and I'm afraid of heights. So climbing into these I mean, Muller will attest to this shit. She's seen me scared to climb before. I had to force myself to learn, and then I had to force myself to do it over and over every single day, regardless of whether or not I wanted to. And I didn't want to because I was scared, but it paid really well. And then I started to realize that it was like rewarding. And it's hard to describe it to you, but when I do something that I really don't want to do, that I'm scared of doing, but I know I can do it, then when you're done doing it, then it's like, damn, fuck yeah. I don't know how to describe that to you. But that's what I enjoyed. That's what I enjoyed. That's why I kind of like cop watching, and I mean, just approaching the cops. It's not scary, but there's an adrenaline dump when you're walking up on some cops with a camera, especially in certain places. And I liked that. It's kind of like, I mean, this is going to sound bad, but it's kind of like when I was committing crimes and doing armed robberies and shit. Like, yeah, I wanted their money and shit too, but the adrenaline dump of doing that kind of shit was addicting. Do I look Israeli to you, Chris? Do I look Israeli to you? Have I ever said I'm Israeli? Have I ever said anything about them at all on my channel? I probably have, so that's not a good question. I mean, I don't give a fuck about Israel. I don't give a fuck about Russia, China, Mexico, Canada. I don't give a fuck about no country but America. I don't give a shit about any country but my own. If we're going to draw hard lines, that's where mine is. The border of the United States. I don't give a fuck about anything outside of that. Give us one of your favorite cop watch stories. Every single one of my cop watch stories are on video, so I don't have to tell you a story. We could actually just watch the video. I have every single incident that I've ever had with the police on video, every interaction that I've ever had with the police on video since 2021, except for one time when they snatched me up out of a parking lot, and Tempe Against Police Violence was there. He was there during the only time that I didn't get video of an incident, and specifically one that I was arrested in. Other than that incident, I've got video of everything. All the car accidents, everything. I got videos of fucking everything. I record everything. Except for phone calls. I don't really record phone calls. I think that's weird. But if I have any interaction with the government, it's recorded. Any court dates that I've had, it's recorded. Any traffic stops I've been involved in, it's recorded. Probably one of the craziest situations was one that Tempe Against Police Violence, who's in the chat right now, was with me when we rolled up to an apartment complex and punked out some security guards who thought that they were badass. They called the cops and everything. It didn't work out for them. We're not going to watch it, but that's all on video. It's on my channel. We were out cop watching, and one of my old friends hit us up and was like, "Hey man, these security guards are fucking with me and they're calling the cops on me right now." So we four deep rolled into this apartment complex, and I think two of the people that we were with, one had an AR, the other one had a pistol, and not that we were threatening with them, but I'm just telling you that they were armed. And we showed up to this apartment complex, and there's two fucking high-strung, one like cracked out security guard, and then like some old man that claimed to be a veteran acting like little girls. Then Phoenix police gets there, like hanging out of their truck and shit, like they're coming to some kind of riot, and then they get yelled at and sent on their fucking way, and the security guards walk off in shame. They were trying to get one of my old friends to like prove that he lived there, and trying to get him kicked out and all kinds of weird shit. Frank Slope. Yeah, Frank's cool. I like Frank. A lot of people don't like Frank Slope, but I like Frank. Literally everything negative that you could say about that dude, except for being on the Brady list, you could say about me. Well, he's an asshole. Yeah, but he's a cop. Yeah, I get it. But, I mean, let's be real. if I was a sheriff or a sheriff's deputy and I was pulling people over, I would probably behave just like that, if not worse. So that's really the perspective that I've looked at Frank through. You know what I'm saying? He hasn't actually done anything that I've seen that I can demonize, legally using the First Amendment, like, my channel used to do. It's just he's an asshole. And I've told him that. He knows that he is. There's nothing wrong with that. Frank's a cool dude. If I was a fucking cop, I could legit see myself talking to people the same way because it's annoying after, talking to stupid people gets fucking annoying after a while. Look at how I behave on my live streams. You really want my honest opinion about Frank Soap? If you guys don't know who that is, Google him. He's like one of the most famous cops on the internet. He happens to work in Pinal County, Arizona, where I used to live, and I used to run into him a lot. I've had decent conversations with this man with no camera involved, like not just like a passing 5-minute. No. I sat there and I had an hour and a half long conversation with him one time. I had a 40-minute conversation with him another time. And then I've met him periodically for 5-10 minutes here and there, and every time it's I like to have a conversation with these dudes, because when you talk to somebody you get a read of them, and after getting a read on him as a person, and it's really hard to talk shit about the fucking dude. Yeah, he's definitely not no Anthony Walker. Anthony Walkup. Yeah, Frank's good people, dude. I don't have a problem with him at all. He could be an asshole. He could be a fucking asshole. I've told him that to his face. And he agrees. He knows. He's humble like that. It didn't piss him off when I told him that. He's like, yeah. You know what I mean? I don't know. I've always approached the cop watching and activism thing with building bridges with people that are in places, official places, people of the right mind, like JJ Scarborough, that a lot of people like to talk shit about. One of my business partners, but who's also an elected official. That's a good dude. Why aren't we building more bridges with people like that? With cops. Because I tell you right now, a lot of people like to say all cops are bastards or fuck all the cops. You really shouldn't, though, because a lot of them agree with these channels and what we're doing. I mean, I'm friends with a lot of them. I talk to a lot of them, retired ones, current ones. They don't hate these YouTube channels. But, these YouTube channels are constantly demonizing all of them as a whole, which is not building bridges, which is just furthering the divide between, public servants and us. I don't think that's a good idea. That's why I talk to these people. That's why I keep my conversations and shit that I'm told and who I talk to confidential. How many times have I outed somebody ever since I started on the internet? This told me some shit in an official, informant type position. Nobody. And I won't. And for those of you listening in the background where this might be relevant, if you're doing like cop watching or activism type stuff, the main reason why it's a good idea to build bridges in relationships with cops city workers, city council members, mayor, whoever, local government officials, is if you're serious about activism in any sense of the word, part of that is uncovering and exposing shit, and it's really hard to do that if you don't talk to them. Because you're gonna, when you build trust and you show these people that, we're really on the same page. It's just like, do your job right kind of shit. You know what I mean? The same kind of bitch that you have when you go to a restaurant, like, make my fucking burger right when I come here and I order similar, very similar. That you're gonna figure out a lot more about what's really going on when you build bridges. I have not met JJ in person yet, no. But I've kept in consistent contact with him for over a year now. Go pack go. What the fuck does that mean? No. Ride along with your local sheriff. I mean, if old Sheriff Deadwin would have me, then I would. I'd be down to do that. If he'd let me. Nobody complains about the sheriff where I live. And I like that. I have respect for the man just for that. And that's weird. But that's the kind of climate that we live in with the police. Is I actually have respect for the sheriff because I don't have my neighbors or people where I live reaching out like, this is going on and this happened. Yeah, there's complaints. There's definitely some complaints about individual sheriffs, but the sheriff himself, no. Nope. And the other county that I lived in where I can say the same thing is when Sheriff Lamb was sheriff in Pinal County, Arizona. That's one of my friends always talks shit about him, but he just hates cops in general, so I didn't really take too much heart into it. But Sheriff Lamb in Pinal County, that's another dude that I had respect for, that I didn't hear any complaints about him. And old Jerry in Maricopa County seems to be another one that I'm not hearing. I'm actually hearing good things about that dude. It's funny how the media, if you live in Arizona and you live in Maricopa County, the current sheriff of Maricopa County, you saw how the media demonized the guy. But what's funny is the people that I talk to that know him personally, they don't say the same thing. They like him. They actually respect him. Sheriff Joe, nobody likes Sheriff Joe. That dude's a fucking piece of shit. There's no question about that. Sheriff Joe, good man. No, you're hired and draft pussy, homie. You don't know what you're talking about. That's the biggest piece of shit that's ever lived and drawn breath in Arizona that's been a public official, in my opinion. Joe Arpaio is responsible for so much of Arizona's problems. He's left the legacy of fucking problems in this state. He infected a lot of people's thinking, and I think he normalized a lot of disgusting ways of operating a sheriff's department. He left a legacy of this shit. That dude is a scumbag. along with old John Kavanaugh here in Arizona. John Kavanaugh and Arpaio are two of Arizona's biggest pieces of shit. Fuck those dudes. No. Yeah. Kavanaugh and Arpaio. Since I've been alive, those are the two names that have stuck out to me the most throughout my entire life. And I've lived in Arizona for probably 31 years. So we'll just take the 31 years that I've been in Arizona. Those two names have been the biggest pieces of shit talked about in this state my whole life. Fuck those dudes and everything they believed in and stood for. Or stand for. They're still around. The Chain Gang, Pink Underwear, Tent City. I mean, the list goes on and on. HB 1070. Show me your papers. Drugs, cartels, lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit, jail problems. I mean, dude, the fucking list goes on and on and on and on. It's hard to come up with something good to say about in either of these people. Like, and I've done my research on both of them. What good have they actually done for my state? Nothing. None. You see the bugs flying around and shit? They're fucking annoying. Who said they were going to stop giving butter? What are you talking about? JH? Who said that? If removing the butter doesn't cut out of the minimum daily caloric intake requirement set down by the federal and state government here in Arizona, it doesn't matter. They can do what they want. If you're talking about like a jail, I'm assuming take butter away. Sounds like a jail thing. Because I pressed the jail about that shit when I was in there, and these motherfuckers done busted the law out in jail and showed it to me. Sheriff Joe just a couple days ago. He's not in charge of anything though. Ban you, Adam? Who banned you? You coming in on a sock account because you couldn't comment on another one? One of my mods probably banned you, or you left some dumbass comment on one of my videos that I didn't like, so I exercised my dictator authority to ban you. I ban people, dude. I'm not shy. I don't give a fuck. Why wasn't banned? I forgot to hit send. Fucking idiot. I know that seems kind of harsh when I say that, fucking idiot, but I want you to know that I mean that with affection. Because when I do some dumbass shit like that, even when nobody's in the room, even when my old lady and kids are in the room, that's how I talk to myself. I want you to know that. If I fuck something up or I make a little dumb mistake like that, that's the first thing that I say to myself. You fucking idiot. That's why I'm so quick to say it. It's because I say it to myself a lot. Especially on like some of the simpler things. I'm sure some of you do that shit too. Something so simple and you're like, oh, you fucking idiot, dude. Oh my God, what a dumbass. Yeah. That's literally how I talk to myself. I talk to myself like that. Yeah, the Clippy thing's going to be long term, I think. I think that's a good message. And as long as I continue to see them on other people's accounts, I'm going to keep mine on. I think I'm going to smoke a smidgen more with you, and then I'm gone. So if you have anything of interest that you would like me to respond to, now's your opportunity to say it in the chat. Maricopa County jails in the early 2000s when Joe was in charge sucked. Let me tell you right now. Jail sucks in general. Juvie sucked bad. I did a couple months in juvenile jail. That was not fun. And them little kids in them fucking jails are violent. Violent. And it's like emotion-based violence, so it's even crazier. You're tripping, bro. I'll tell you what. I'm not going to do it. I've really only stayed this much longer because Patrick kind of paid for that to happen. Did you give up filming cops? No. I evolved from that. I gotta piss. I'm gonna piss before I hit that. Oh, that was nice. Yeah, just in her 60s. I'm not doing too bad for my 50s, right? I'm not 50, I'm joking. That was however long it took me to piss this whole thing out. Because I took a piss right before I drank that whole thing. Oh, I felt so good. Dredge. Dredge hose. That's called a chode. We called that a chode when I was in school. No. It's more like one. Am I ever going to get back into the landscape business? No. I mean, if fuck. Maybe if I would never start doing like climbing trees and doing that shit myself again. No. But if I ever had an opportunity to start the business again and then pay somebody else to run it, maybe. I'm not doing it though. Yeah. Ooh. 36. Tina, I've had 2 wives, but I never want my wife. Do you ever go back to landscaping? The cough of truth, chode true son, how there's. This is your path. No, you missed. No, I don't. Who fucking misses labor? Especially as you age. What kind of question is that? Are you serious? If I want to do labor, I can go outside and work on the plethora of projects that I have sitting around requiring my attention. Am I okay? Well, that last one fucking hurt. Good luck. Good luck for what? Thanks, but That's pretty cool. I had old JD in here. That's badass. $65. I mean, I'm coughing after I'm hitting weed. What do you expect out of a bong? After I'm like cashing the whole bowl. Well, almost all of it. That's one of them disgusting hits right there. You could pull a little bit of what looks like blue smoke out of that. I'm new here. Are you a fuck the police guy? No. Fuck some of them. Not all of them. Yeah, no, I don't miss landscaping, dude. I'd feel like I was going backwards if I started doing that again. I take a different perspective to a lot of different shit. I feel like there's too much of an agenda tied to a lot of things that people and organizations say and push, and that really bothers me. That's why I'm constantly making it known that I'm not religious. I don't believe in God. I'm not political. None of that shit. I can demonize or talk shit about both sides. I can, you know what I mean? So it's, I mean, there's no agenda with what I'm saying. And I think it's important for people to hear shit from somebody that legitimately does not have like a religious or a political ideology or belief. That's an agenda at the end of the day that is attached to everything that I'm saying. And you can see that in the media. You can see it with other YouTubers. I mean, the moment that they're like, and God told me to do that, that's when you're attaching your agenda to shit. You know what I mean? I'm not doing that. I'm not interested in doing that. That's why I'm gonna start doing this kind of shit more often. Does that make sense? There's a survival of our. Well, okay, yeah, Josh, that's a good way, and I'm opening to developing how I present this to people as well too, to make them better understand, and that's a good way of talking about that. Is the only agenda I have is promoting America and my children's future. Yeah. Yeah. There's nothing religious or political about it. I just think this is the right stance to take on certain things. Yeah, I mean, and don't get me wrong, I'm not. If somebody can convince me that the things and the way that I believe in, like, I mean, I'm open to being wrong about shit. I'm always open to being wrong. It does happen. Does happen. It does happen. 106 watching now. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no fucking agenda for me. It's just how I want my kids to behave when they're adults. A statesman. I like the stoicism way of thinking a lot. And when it comes to that, I'm referring to a classical interpretation as well as a modern interpretation of stoicism in a mixture of that. Because I understand there's a separation, there's a classical and a modern interpretation of what it is, what it entails, and all that. And I agree with aspects of both of that. So I have a lot of Greco-Roman tattoos on me that you can't see. Planet Earth is a wild and crazy place. Enjoy the ride. Oh, I've been enjoying it for 30-something years already. Later, Chris. What up, Skip? Later, Tina. Dude, I couldn't imagine having 3,000 or 4,000 people in here like JD has. I was in his stream while he had 4,000 people today, and even with slow mode on, the chat is just fucking flying. You literally have to pay money to be heard. I'm glad he saw my chat when I put it in there, but I think that's only because I have a check mark next to my name. Most people that put, meaningful comments, like what a lot of you guys put a lot of thought into your interaction in the chat, and it just gets bypassed and shit like that. That would suck. Because, if that started happening here, like the only people whose chats I'd really see is if you paid for it or if you had a wrench next to your name. Maybe, good night, Ben. Maybe if you had a check mark, I'd notice it. It's just a visual thing. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know if I'd like that, dude. Thousands of chats. Jesus fucking Christ. And then I was sitting in somebody else's chat today who had 250,000 of people in on YouTube live stream watching. Mind-boggling. Hell yes. Sandra. You got 1.56 million now. Hell yeah, he went up. He went up. He's going up a lot fast. His channel is growing quick. Quick. Yeah, that dude's channel's badass. You gotta go check it out. JD Delay. Oh, you had asked him what he said? Oh. Yeah, I clipped what he said. So there's a couple big channels that I follow that like when they're live, I'll go in there and comment and hope that they say something, and I'm clipping it, and then I'm gonna make a new intro for this YouTube channel. Watched me for years. It's been a fun ride. They bring in the weirdos for sure. That's kind of why I haven't been doing these in vertical. I know there'd be way more views and way more people in here, but I'm not trying to deal with the lunatics. There's a lot of Looney Tunes in them streams. Sometimes I can deal with them. Sometimes I'm not even going to try. I love me the taste of those vertical weirdos. Aren't you at work right now? I got weed sitting here. I was going to end the stream, but I'm not. Yeah, Bear's been in the stream the whole time and he's getting paid. Bear, I want you to know I accept you as a friend, but if I ever start a business, I'm not hiring you. I know exactly what you're going to do. Yeah. Not for me, you wouldn't. I'm not even joking. I really wouldn't hire you, bro. For the whole over a year. The whole time I've known you, you're only in my my hours live long streams when you're at work. Yeah, you're not. I'm not hiring. We could be friends, though. Reparations. Yeah, right. Not allowed to do it. Yeah. Yeah, you got a doctor to give you a note and force your work to. Yeah, I know how that works. I mean, I used to be the employer. I know. I know all the little tricks that you people be doing. Sucking hours and shit. Oh, I know. Oh, do I fucking know? I done dealt with it all. There was a time in the beginning of my company where I paid people by the hour. I learned very fucking quickly that unless I'm on site, that paying people by the hour is a very bad payment metric. Don't do that. Or payment structure. If you're a service-based, small business, service-based industry, I don't pay people by the hour. What I did is I had a set day's pay for people that showed up on time and completed the whole day. And then they got bonuses based on how hard the day was. And when I started that pay structure in my company, efficiency and performance went through the fucking roof on every job site. Isn't it amazing? We didn't take as long. We got shit done faster because we weren't incentivized to fucking take our goddamn time and milk the clock. Yeah, I paid people per the day. Usually my set pay was about $150 per day. Worked start time was 6 a.m. and we worked till anywhere from 1 to 2. Sometimes the days went longer, but on average 1 to 2. And I'd pay people 150 days, $150 per day, cash every day. I mean, I'd write them a receipt and shit, but cash, they'd pay them out every single day. And then performance bonuses on top of it. So if we, like those trees we took down, they got paid extra because they had to pick up every fucking piece and be very careful. And I was like, I aggressively stressed to them how important it was we don't fuck this job up. You know what I mean? When I got to do shit like that, the work's harder, then you're going to get an extra $20, $40, $60. So, but that happened a lot of the time. So a lot of the days my employees were making anywhere from $200 to $400 a day. Like on days where we did big jobs and I made like thousands of dollars, you best believe my employees left that day with a whole week's worth of pay at a normal job. That's when I started to actually get some shit done. I think the most I paid a dude in one day to help me was $550. $550. And I paid him that much because he was the only one that showed up to work that day when I had to cut down literally six sisu trees, which is a species of Indian rosewood, if you know anything about trees. It's a very invasive tree. And he's the only one that showed up that fucking day. Shout out to you, Blaine. Actually, I think I paid him more than that, to be honest with you. Because I made a fuckload of money on that job. And it was meant to be split between a whole bunch of employees that should have showed up that didn't. Yeah, Ben is a small company. I mean, I didn't grow it beyond four employees plus me is the biggest that it grew. I had 2 trucks, 2 trailers running. I was doing tree maintenance with one crew, and then I had another service crew that was hitting a daily route. And when I split it up like that is when I started having problems. When I had dudes that I wasn't around and I couldn't manage is when my customers complained more, sprinkler heads would get broken, jobs wouldn't be getting done efficiently. And I started getting calls from some of the maintenance customers like, hey, they missed this bush, they didn't do this. And that shit fucking pisses me off. So mad. I fired so many people over little shit. Little shit. Like on the spot fired. I made motherfuckers get Ubers and get the fuck off my job site kind of shit. And what's crazy is you think that would deter people from hiring me, but that's why I got recommended and I did so well is because I didn't hold back on like how I talk right here. I was kind of fucking rude to my employees. A lot of them would tell you that if you ever talk to my employees. I wasn't like, there's a line, but I would be aggressive how I told people what to do while we were on job sites, and my customers respected that. Like all the sensitive bullshit that a lot of employers and shit do, I didn't do that. This is Arizona. You don't fucking like it. You don't have a right to work at my... You can fuck off. I can fire you because I don't like what your shirt says in Arizona. You don't... I've been an employer. I know I look like a fucking loser felon and I talk crazy because I'm on my channel. I'm like sitting in my living room. So this is how I'm going to act as me. But yeah, I've ran a business. I've employed people. I've contributed to the economy of our country and specifically of my state. So all this get a job bullshit, everybody that people talk about, go fuck yourself with that. You obviously have no idea who you're talking to. Sorry, I still gotta finish my RuneScape stuff, then I'll go. Yeah. And I started a business under the false idea that I was gonna make more money and have more time, and you know, I had the entrepreneurial mindset, but I didn't start something that would actually make me, you know, be considered an actual entrepreneur. Service-based businesses like that, it's basically mom and pop kind of business, landscape shit like that, requires constant attention. You have less time. You make about the same amount of money, maybe a little bit more than the employees. And then you got to deal with all the bullshit. There's a lot. You got to deal with the state, insurance, all of that shit. I had the Arizona Corporation Commission call me one winter and essentially threatened to sue my business if I didn't get insurance. Because I let my insurance lapse during the winter. During the winter time, I cut back on employees. And 1 year, it was really bad winter year, so I cut all my employees for the winter, and it was just me. And I also let my insurance lapse. And then I got a call from the Arizona Corporation Commission, one of the people that was on it at the time, and literally told me that they're going to sue me and shut my business down if I don't get workers' compensation. So I immediately got workers' compensation. Yeah, I've dealt with all that shit. May I ask, are you drinking? Drinking? I don't drink alcohol, if that's what you're asking. Seems a little out of it. What the fuck? Drinking? I don't drink alcohol, homie. I haven't consumed a drop of alcohol in over 2 years. Not like I'm on some sobriety kick either. It's just like I have no interest in drinking. I think it's been 2 years. My old lady will know better, but she's probably asleep, so. seems a little out of it. I'm out of it. Homie, I've been smoking weed for almost 3 hours while we've been live. What the fuck are you even talking? Over 3 hours. Haven't you been paying attention to the clouds? Just got here. Yep, no alcohol. Just weed, cigarettes, and coffee. I live off grid, so I have a very simple diet. I drink basic shit, water, coffee. Water, coffee, and like lemonade or some kind of juice. The only drug that I will always strongly advocate for is marijuana. I smoke copious amounts of weed on a daily basis, on a yearly basis. So far this month, I have smoked, and I know how much I smoke. I have smoked a quarter pound already, and I'm working on another ounce. Just this month. That's not really a lot. If you really think about it, there's a lot of people that smoke a lot more weed than that. But I know how much I smoke. Smoke a lot. I like smoking. Dabs are not cleaner. Well, it depends on what you're smoking. Dabs, concentrated weed, I can't do that shit. I get what's called cannabis hyperemesis syndrome. Damn it. Or cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome. Look that shit up. CHS. Just ask Google, what is weed CHS? I'm sure some of you on devices, you can, especially if you're on an Apple device, you can swipe up, put me in the little corner, go to Google, type in, what is weed CHS? That's it. Good boy. Still pretty dry, huh? You better get some water. No, back up. I'm good, Adam. Oh, you better back up. Don't throw up on me. That's what you get for not chewing your food. Got a piece of bread stuck in his throat. Go get some water. Oh, I should probably give you some water. You drank it all. Here. Here, dude. Crazy dog. Watch out. Cannabis-induced sleeping disorder? The fuck are you talking about? Well, you started off with some dumb shit, my chat, and then you're following it up with even dumber shit. If you put what is weed CHS, it doesn't come up with a fucking sleeping disorder. First thing that pops up, fucking idiot. Roger, I kind of live in that area, and it's great. It's great. It's cheap land. Yes, cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome. So where'd you get cannabis-induced sleep disorder? It's not a sleep thing. It's a stomach thing. Essentially what that is an overdose on THC. An overdose on weed. And it fucking sucks. That's why I smoke so much flower. Is because this doesn't trigger that. If I were to sit here and just take one dab hit, I would be fucked up in the morning, let me tell you. Hot baths and showers are the only way to go when that happens. That's the only thing that makes me feel better is a hot bath. Weed makes you puke. Maybe that's why. Maybe. Could be caused by coughing. Who knows? Do edibles affect the same way as concentrates? Yeah. Yep. So I stopped smoking because I used to smoke only wax. Or like crumble, shit like that. And or vape pens, like the concentrated vape pens. And then when I stopped fucking with those and I started smoking flower, I would occasionally eat some edibles. And almost every fucking time I ate some edibles, I got sick the next day. Like bad. It's not just one day. I mean, sometimes when it's mild, it's one day. But like it's been to the point where I had like 5 days straight where I couldn't even keep water down. I legit felt on the verge of dying. The only thing that made me feel better is my old lady eventually had to call one of the mobile IV therapy places. So you can have like a nurse come to your house and administer a vitamin and saline solution that rehydrates your body intravenously. And that's I had to have that happen a couple times. Like that is the worst shit I have ever gone through. Right there. That's like I've fucking days of feeling like you're dying. No food. Constantly cold and hot, so you'll sweat gallons. Like not only are you not able to stomach water, but your body is constantly going through temperature fluctuations. And when you get hot, like I sweat so much that I had to lay on towels and then have to take the towels away, put fresh ones down, so I'm not like soaking into the bed and the sheets and shit. You know what I mean? Towels on top of me, on top of the blankets to absorb all the sweat. And then I can't absorb water at the same time because I can't drink it. So I keep, like literally there's two of these sitting next to me when I'm going through this shit. And I'll take a nice swig. And it's got to be cold because the cold water cools what's happening in my stomach down. And then literally 10 minutes later, throwing it all back up. Without drugs. This is weed. I'm talking about this is caused by smoking fucking too much weed, too much THC. I'm not talking about hard drugs. I'm talking about weed, bro. That's why I smoke so much flower. You don't ever see me smoking concentrates. I mean, if my friend's here with a vape pen, I might hit it once or twice because that's not going to do it. No. I know it'll do it to me, so I avoid that. But it's days of like it's akin to like a heroin kick. If anybody's done heroin, you ever kicked it like a bad one for days? It's kind of like that, but worse. Because I've gone through a heroin kick when I stopped doing heroin in prison. I've gone through it in prison without any help. So that shit fucking that sucked. This is worse. This is fucking worse. It's debilitating. You can barely. Like the temperature, things fuck with your temperature bad. So like if I were to get up and try to take a piss or go to the bathroom or something, which you don't do when this is happening because your body functions like that stop working. And that's how I know when I start feeling better is the first thing that gives me a sign that I'm starting to feel better is I can pee. I can fucking pee. But if I got to get up and do something or move somewhere, like, dude, just a slight change in the temperature can make me start uncontrollably shivering or sweating, and it's hard to walk. Fuck that. How about not smoking? No, there's medicinal benefits to smoking in moderation, and this is what you see me doing is in moderation, because the equivalent of what I was smoking in concentrated weed is 3 times what you see right here. Imagine me doing these kind of bong hits, but with a dab. Do you know how much weed is packed into a dab? How much flower, like the chemicals that get you high, is packed into a dab? Bro, I was doing too much. And a lot of you are too, but your body, it's not, that doesn't work the same for everybody. That's a good thing to say too, is this doesn't happen to everybody. This shit does not happen to everybody. I'm just one of the unlucky people that this happens to. And it's very hard to figure out what's going on if you don't have this information, because when this first started happening, I went to the hospital. I couldn't figure out what the fuck was happening, and the hospital doesn't know. It's the nurses that came that when my old lady was doing like research and shit, she found the mobile nurses thing. It's when those people came, when they're like, "Oh, it's this," and I was like, "What the fuck?" And then I looked it up, and everything that they say is exactly right on what that is on the internet. At least some things on the internet are true. Also not diabetic. I think I'm gonna have some problems with that. Yeah. Because when my blood sugar gets low, I start having problems. Thinking, functioning right. Yeah. If you don't notice while we're live streaming, I'm eating a lot of like sugary type stuff. It happened a lot more frequently when I was running my landscape business in the sun while I was working a lot. I had to eat like Snickers and have food with me all the time. I was constantly fucking eating. I have a super high metabolism. Goat? Hypoglycemia? I don't know. I've never been diagnosed, so I don't know. But maybe. Oh, I take care of myself. You're watching me do the most unhealthy things that I do. If you're autistic, maybe I am. I don't know. I have several goats. Are you saying gout? Oh, that's funny. I've only heard one person ever say that. You drink adult drinks? I drink water, bro. Water and coffee. Should we listen to a song before I end the live stream, or what do you think? Hey, Roger, this whole area is good, dude. You only need a swamp cooler up here. Air conditioning, like a mini split or something, like that's luxury living, expensive luxury living. You only need like a $600 swamp cooler to keep a decent space cool. Temperature in summertime, I mean, I think it's the hottest it's been is like 110, but it is nothing like the valley's 110. Nothing like the valley's 110. There's no sidewalk heat being fucking radiated up at you. There's not the level of humidity. It just doesn't, it's not as oppressive. It gets warm. But I mean, I sit in here. I mean, dude, in the summertime when I have my swamp cooler going, I got to put a thick shirt on to maintain my body temperature so I'm not getting too cold. That's why I have a raincoat jacket over that box right there so my chicken doesn't get too cold. I love this area. Oh. Buying some property? Hell yeah, I wish you luck. Hopefully you know what you're doing or you got a lot of money, because it's not easy living off grid. Best thing to do before you buy some property around here too is talk to the neighbors. Go visit the spot. Traverse the accessibility. That's important because there's a lot of nice properties out here, but you legit need four-wheel drive to get to some of them. So go to the property, check it out, and then talk to the neighbors. Talk to the people that live in the area. And you'll understand which properties you're not going to want to go on to when you're around here. This area is one of the poorest areas in America. There's worse, but this is Apache County in general is 100% in the top 10 of the most poorest counties in America. I think it's the top 10. Let me ask the old Google shit. Where does Apache County, Arizona rank as the poorest counties in America? See if that works. Apache County, Arizona has been recognized as one of the poorest counties in the U.S., often appearing at the bottom of quality of life ranking with high poverty rate. While specific national rankings fluctuate by study and year, analysis from 2019 to 2022 have placed Apache County among the worst counties in the nation to live, with poverty rates often exceeding 35% and significantly higher unemployment than the state and national averages. Okay, but if you had to rank the poorest, number one being the poorest and number 1,100 being the richest, where does Apache County fall? It's impossible to provide an X. Okay. Oh, wow. But it consistently falls within the poorest 2% of all U.S. counties. This means 3,000. Okay, so there's 3,140 counties. Just guess. Yeah, whatever. It's not gonna play the game with me. It's in the top 2 poorest percent, the top 2% poor, the top bottom 2. I don't know, however you want to look at that. So basically, I live in one of the poorest places in the entire country. Isn't Arizona rich? No, that's why land's so cheap here, guys. Nah, most of it's not on the res. It's everywhere in the county. I mean, a lot of it is, but you can't blame all of that, all of the poverty on the res, no. Yeah, 50K there. Here it's 35. But I love this county. I'm not complaining about anything. Nobody's going to be around me. I don't know. Depends on where you buy land at. You'll have people around you, but in neighborhoods in Arizona, people are like right next door. You go out on your back patio and you start talking about some shit. Literally, your fucking neighbors could be sitting in their living room and hear you. Your neighbors are acres away right around here. Like in a normal neighborhood, you're like, yeah, my neighbor right around the corner. Right here, it's like 6 acres that way, and it's a fucking distance. All these plots around here are they're zoned agriculture. This is why I got farm animals. I have agriculturally zoned land. All right, this is for real my last cigarette, and then I'm out. I'm out like an ugly belly button. Uh-huh. Yeah, because by the time I finish this, Patrick's super chat's gonna wear out, and then I won't feel bad about dipping out. So you guys can thank Patrick for me dragging this out. There's a little time bar on his shit, and it's almost at the end right now. You can thank him for the longer streams. I love the winters here. The winters are short. Well, I mean, they're not short actually, but they're not intense. Some of you in some places of the world, wherever you're watching from, or some states in the U.S., you motherfuckers got to deal with some intense winters that I don't have to deal with. Granted, it does get like -5 or 10 sometimes, but that's only late at night, never during the day. All the snow's usually gone, not all of it, but 75 to 80% of the snow is usually gone by noon during the winter. And then it might snow again at night and then be gone again, you know. It's really nice. And then it's not like a burdensome amount of snow. It's manageable. Like if I open my fucking door and this shit was up to my chest or my waist, then I might have a problem living there. Like if I do a dual residency in Kentucky, I would definitely be spending the like monsoony type winter type months here in Arizona. That's when I'd be in Arizona. Actually, I can't really say that. I'd probably have to spend all the seasons in Kentucky to find out where I would split my time at. Because if the humidity and the bugs are as bad as some of y'all have told me, I don't know about that. I might be able to deal with a little bit of cold than I can with some bugs. I really detest bugs. I know they serve their little purpose and shit, but they're fucking annoying. Yeah, yeah, that sounds like a good idea, Bear. I am really considering that. I didn't call you, bud. Bugs the size of chihuahuas? Yeah, I mean, I live in Arizona, so I know about bugs and poisonous shit. Like, almost everything here is fucking poisonous, it seems like. Fuck, some of the lizards in Arizona are poisonous. Now, do you know how many lizards species are poisonous? And do you know where they live? One of them's here in Arizona. We don't have venomous animals or insects. There's no black widows there. There's black widows in Michigan. More than just scorpions and rattlers. It's like everything here is fucking poisonous. Even one of the lizards. Yeah, man, I'm gonna have to get off here after this cigarette and eat. I'm starting to get hungry. Super hungry. Yeah, there's some fucked up bugs here. You go roaming around in any Arizona desert at night, sitting on the ground, sitting on rocks, sitting on logs in the forest, you will get fucking bit by something poisonous. The frogs are poisonous. The snakes. The spiders. The fucking yellow jackets. One of the lizard species in Arizona is poisonous. Not to mention all the large predators like coyotes, wolves, bobcats, mountain lions, bears, wild dogs. There's a place in northern Arizona, there's a gas station. I might take a trip up there and do a live stream just to show you the packs of wild dogs. Sounds crazy, wild dogs. No, I'm dead serious. Packs of fucking wild dogs. You go to some gas stations, and these dogs come out of nowhere, and they beg for food. And when I say packs, I mean legitimate packs. There might be 1 or 2 males in the area of a gas station, but there is 10 to 15 females. Crazy stuff. Yeah, I'm open to suggestions too. Those of you that stick around and you watch my live streams and you're a regular visitor on stuff you want to see me talk about or cover, you want my opinion on something, I mean, like find a way to reach out. I'm on X. I got an email on the channel you can reach out to. You can hit me up on Facebook. I usually don't answer Facebook though. Maybe Instagram. You want me to watch something, you want to contribute to the live streams, you know, we're kind of getting an idea of the shit that I'm down to talk about, so. Mountain lions and bears in Kentucky. Yeah, that's like where I live. There's porcupine too out on my rocks. First time I ever seen a porcupine in person for real, not just pictures or learned about them, was on my property. Scared the shit out of me. They're like the size of a fat cat with giant quills on them. They're huge. Porcupines are fucking huge, dude. What's up, Ben? Better hurry up. Science, nah. I mean, if you're talking like you want to bring up a Senate hearing on the military videos that have been released about these Tic Tacs and shit, science like that, sure. But I'm not trying to discuss like weather patterns and cloud formations and you know, fish migrating patterns and shit. I don't give a fuck about that. Science that affects the nation. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm down for that. If anybody has recent, legitimate videos, or at least as legitimate as we can ascertain from what we're presented. But like that video of the Tic Tac taking a direct hit. I'm down for that. See that his shit's almost gone. I'll probably play a song before we go. You relax. No, get down. Down. Get down. Lay down. Lay the fuck down, dude. It's crazy. As soon as I used the F word, he laid down. Damn. That shit's almost gone. Bigfoot. Yeah, I don't believe in the Bigfoot. How are we getting videos of supposed extraterrestrial aircraft before we're getting photos and videos of some type of terrestrial phenomenon or creature? That doesn't make any sense to me. There's more cameras on this planet than there is in the skies or anywhere. There's more fucking cameras everywhere here than there is anywhere else. So if we're starting to show evidence of one thing over another, it tends to start canceling out their credibility, especially when the probability of discovery of one based on its location and accessibility is higher than the other, being Bigfoot, our fucking forests. But no, we're discovering alien life faster. So, no. That's just been like the longest hoax. I don't believe in Bigfoot. It's a fun thing to think about. It's fun to think about. And like if with my boys, if we ever go camping, I'd probably perpetuate the stories. But as an adult, let's be fucking real. Yeah, alien life and ocean discoveries are a different thing. Different thing. The ocean stories about like megalodon still not being extinct, that actually absolutely there's credibility, there's proof of that. No proof of Bigfoot. Giant octopus. Like in the 90s when I was in grade school, is when that got confirmed. You know what I mean? Maybe it was early 90s. I'm pretty sure. I haven't thought about this shit in a long time, but like the giant squid, that was a myth. And then we finally confirmed it. You know what I mean? The only time we're making crazy discoveries in forests is in like the Amazon rainforest, and they're discovering new species of butterfly and ants and monkeys, maybe, if we're lucky. Kraken might be real. There might be some giant not like the Kraken in theory, what the myths have said, but a giant like bigger than what we've already. Yeah, maybe. It's big enough to house something like that, so it's not unreasonable. Yeah, right now your worst nightmares can be found in the ocean. I am a land-loving creature. Now, while I enjoy the aesthetics of the ocean and the occasional decade trip to the beach, living on it or near it is not something I want to do. Definitely Megalodon. Yeah, I believe Megalodon's real. There's too much evidence of it. They found teeth that weren't fossilized. That's the biggest tell right there. Great whites are scientifically acknowledged as the biggest predator shark, I think. Um, like large scale predator shark. I know there's bigger ones that are technically predators by what they eat, but I'm talking like not getting into semantics. Predator shark. But there have been whale carcasses and damage to boats that have been done by animals too big, that are bigger than a white shark. There's definitely some unexplained happenings in the ocean. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Meg. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of this alien extraterrestrial activity is really some shit coming out of the ocean, dude. Well, all these cop watching questions. It's like it's. I don't know. You'll figure it out. Appreciate y'all. His super chat's gone. Have a good night. We're gonna end on some Vinjay. This is Vinjay, Vinjay. If you're wondering who this artist is, if you like what you're listening to, that's the channel that I'm about to play. Have a good night, good morning, wherever you're at. Appreciate all the super chats. Later.
It's a pretty picture, put it on Pinterest. I'll be inside of people's mouth, I think I'm a dentist.
I've been trying to hide my hatred, elevating, living on a high vibration, telling me the limelight's dangerous, come and get a good look at my life savings. Trying to live minimalistic, still doing better than the critic predicted. Student of the game, shit's bigger than business, and the money y'all talked, I can live on the interest.
Yeah. It's a pretty picture, put it on Pinterest. I'll be inside of people's mouth, I think I'm a dentist. Flicky peeking, don't be repeating that sentence. A sin is what they're speaking, you'll be needing repentance. Get it back and I'll be needing my vengeance. I feel I need a meal so I can handle my business. Yes, I've been a mess and I know God is my witness. I'll fatten up my pockets, being quick as the fitness.
Who been the greatest? Rhetorical question is me, motherfucker, absorbing the message. Throw 20 grand at a normal investment, but homie, I still can't afford to be stressing. Y'all are fucking moving in place, and I've been moving to a crib with a view in the gate. They can talk about me till they blue in the face, but that ain't gonna put no motherfucking food on the plate.
I pull out the gate and people knew soon I would make a lot of grain, put some icing on the cake, and you can debate who's greater than a miss a mistake. And many men pretending, but they're no longer awake. Put it together like I did it with tape. The big great big chubby buddy getting in shape. It's been a minute, but it's worth the wait. Me and Ben just invented how to win it on your release date.
Cali go reload, coming in with the helo. Choppers in the building, money coming in kilos. Feeling like a beetle when I pull up, it's a regal. Matter of fact, Tarantino couldn't make a better sequel. Fuck being peaceful. Man, I need to be grinding, cause I won't quit till I get my piece of the pie. You never gonna see me chilling with my seat and recline, relaxing. Action's how I'm reaching my prime.
Come on, coming up a couple niggas short of a dime. And he the sickest if you miss it, get the press and rewind. Like a freaky bitch, I get on the grind and leave them leaking when I'm speaking speedy, they be behind. Keep on looking, you'll never find a better me. The pedigree is only in my design. It ain't a tie, that's already implied. A minute took the dive, I'm the only one that survived.
I don't really manifest, dog, I work. Cut a few bums off, feelings got hurt. Y'all should've learned how to recognize worth. Now all of my victories making it work.
Yeah, and I've been digging ditches, better get that hearse. And your feelings being bitches, better get that purse. Princess kinda sickening and get that nurse. Everybody rapping quick, but I did that first. Woo!
Fuck the game up like I'm switching settings. Still I got advantage like I'm slick with tennis. I don't need the drive, it's like I live in Venice. So persuasive, I could probably flip the Senate.
Plenty money now, you can say I'm ready. Don't need navigation to see where I'm headed. If we got the cheese, they ain't gotta let us. We ain't saying please, if you're jealous, tell us.
Thank you for watching, hate proves I'm popping. No need to stop your fake news and gossip.
Been using gods and you choose and watch and been used and I've been sent to and popping.
Anyone who hate get another 5 seconds. Now we get up in the booth and we cut a rhyme.
Nah, they make a mistake and getting lullaby. I don't really think they want the smoke and get the other high. Bye.
Homie, we deliver the best. The ripple effect takes hold and triple the checks.
And if you're fucking with the genius, you're fucking with the best. See the differences between this is more and more or less. Same.
I don't really care what your man drop. He ain't coming close to the beast. It's sandlot.
Yeah, we can cook it up, get the pan hot. Fans got more than they plan and they damn shot.
This is the moment you realize that you wasn't cut out to be with the cream of the crop.
And if you focus, you see you get shut out and butt out cause you trying to be what you not.
Two of the greatest inside of the building and feel like it's Ripley, believe it or not.
Pick up the pace and you see that we killed him, popped him like a pimple.
We came here to chop.